Chapter 32-23. Under Chun Zong's gaze, the dark, evil corpse wriggled and reassembled itself. Chun Zong's keen perception discovered that the dark, evil corpse's aura didn't weaken at all. In other words, the dark, evil corpse didn't consume any energy after being cut apart. This was different from the true Saint Realm's immortal body. It seemed to be more brilliant. Tai Hao Chun Zong slashed out with his sword again, using another ultimate art. A true sun rose up, emitting an incomparably terrifying heat that seemed capable of incinerating everything as he slashed out with his sword. As the true sun rolled, it emitted a terrifying heat that could burn heaven and earth. It directly bombarded the dark, evil corpse. It couldn't dodge. The dark, evil corpse that had just reassembled was immediately hit. It let out a roar that seemed to be filled with anger and madness. Burn. The dark, evil corpse suddenly burned. The Tai Hao sword's temperature was so high that it could burn everything. It was extremely shocking. It was like a ball of blazing flame, burning fiercely without stopping. The fire was bright, but it was constantly emitting waves of terrifying sounds. The dark, evil corpse's evil power kept resisting the burning of the Tai Hao sword. It wanted to extinguish it, but the Tai Hao sword kept burning it. They canceled each other out. Chun Zong stared at it and immediately slashed out with his sword. Eternal Star. The extremely tyrannical sword transformed into an ancient star. As it rotated, it blasted towards the burning, dark, evil corpse. An unparalleled, mighty force pressed forward and instantly crushed the body of the dark, evil corpse. Then it was incessantly burned by the vast, true flame until it was completely incinerated. Disappeared. The dark, evil corpse disappeared. It turned into ashes and scattered everywhere. Only the evil aura remained, but it was gradually fading. Chun Zong sheathed his sword. This dark, evil corpse was indeed difficult to deal with. If an ordinary true Saint Realm expert encountered it, they would most likely be killed in a battle unless they had some trump card. Chun Zong's eyes swept over. He immediately waved his hand, and an item about the size of thumbnail flew into his hand. The surface of this item was pure and flawless like a crystal. However, there was a trace of white gold light inside. It was like smoke and mist. Saint Origin Crystal. Chun Zong spat out 3 words softly. In the information given by the Heaven's Secret Tower, it was mentioned that after killing the Darkness Evil Corpse, there was a possibility of obtaining Saint Origin Crystals. And why? There was no mention of it in the news. Perhaps it was because they didn't know, or perhaps it was more in-depth information that required more primal chaos divine crystals. However, the news did mention the function of Saint Origin Crystals, which was to directly absorb Saint Origin Crystals. The power contained in Saint Origin Crystals was extremely pure, at least 10,000 times better than chaotic divine crystals. For cultivators, Saint Origin Crystals were extremely useful. Absorbing the power contained in them during cultivation would improve one's cultivation without any side effects. A single Saint Origin Crystal contained more than 10,000 times the power of a chaotic divine crystal. But this didn't mean that one could buy a Saint Origin Crystal with just 10,000 chaotic divine crystals. Each Saint Origin Crystal was worth at least 1,000,000 chaotic divine crystals. Even for true Saint Realm powerhouses, the effect of Saint Origin Crystal was truly obvious. It could be used to quickly improve one's cultivation or to absorb and restore one's cultivation. Its uses were amazing. In addition, it could also be used to power spirit arrays and chaotic flying ships. All in all, Saint Origin Crystals had many amazing uses. And Saint Origin Crystals weren't unique to the Darkness Evil Corpse. Although killing the Darkness Evil Corpse was indeed a way to obtain Saint Origin Crystals, it wasn't 100%. Chun Zong could clearly feel the power contained in this seemingly small Saint Origin Crystal. It was very powerful and pure, but unfortunately, it was useless to him. Primal Chaos Heart Force couldn't be improved by absorbing the power of Saint Origin Crystals. Moreover, Chun Zong's current cultivation had reached the peak. Even if his Primal Chaos Heart Force was consumed, he couldn't absorb the power of Saint Origin crystals to restore it. Even so, it couldn't hide the amazing use and value of Saint Origin crystals. Whether it was to sell it for chaotic divine crystals or to keep it in Taihao Mountain to cultivate powerhouses, it was a very good choice. Chunzong put away directly. After a period of time, Chunzong saw another darkness evil corpse. At the same time, someone was caught by the darkness evil corpse. When Chunzong saw it, that cultivator wasn't the darkness evil corpse's opponent. He was caught by the strange-looking darkness evil corpse with more than a dozen arms and couldn't move. Then, the darkness evil corpse ate half of the cultivator. Even Chunzong couldn't do anything in time. After eating that cultivator, Chunzong was shocked to find that the darkness evil corpse grew another arm. So that's how it is. Chunzong's mind seemed to have been struck by lightning. Now it was clear how the darkness evil corpse got its arms. After eating a cultivator, it grew an arm. The black tiger evil corpse that he killed before had 7 or 8 arms, which meant that it had eaten 7 or 8 cultivators. This darkness evil corpse wasn't a beast, but it wasn't a human either. It was like a combination of a human and a beast. Since it had more than a dozen arms, it meant that it had eaten more than a dozen cultivators. He felt that the aura of this monster-like darkness evil corpse was even more tyrannical than the black tiger evil corpse from before. This monster-like darkness evil corpse also discovered Chunzong. It let out a roar and rushed over. Its speed was even faster than the black tiger evil corpse from before. Turbid saliva unceasingly dripped from its mouth, emitting an astonishing fishy stench. The more than a dozen arms on its body were waving crazily, as if it was a monster wreaking havoc. Kill! In an instant, this monster-like darkness evil corpse rushed over. Its extremely shocking evil aura was wreaking havoc, causing Chunzong's expression to turn grave. He pulled out his sword and instantly slashed out his sword light. It was extremely sharp and pierced through the air, leaving behind a clear trace in the dusky passage. However, this monster-like darkness evil corpse's speed was extremely fast. It actually dodged Chunzong's sword and rapidly pounced on him from the side. More than a dozen arms were like long spears that pierced through the air and bombarded towards him. All of them carried an extremely frightening dark evil power, causing Chunzong's expression to turn grave. Strong, it was several times stronger than the black tiger evil corpse. Chunzong didn't intend to waste time and directly used his ultimate move. Taihao seizing the opportunity, he slashed out with his sword. The true sun soared into the sky, and carrying an extremely terrifying blazing and berserk aura, it instantly bombarded the body of the dark evil corpse. The dark evil corpse immediately waved its dozens of arms and condensed a mass of dark evil power in its palms, and immediately blocked the bombardment of the vast true Sunday, divine, firmament shua. The sword light was extremely dazzling. The darkness evil corpse's more than a dozen arms were immediately cut off. It was no longer able to block the bombardment of Taihao's true Sunday. Its body was immediately hit and burned. Confrontation, this monster-like darkness evil corpse's dark evil power was even more tyrannical. For a moment, it was actually able to block the bombardment of Taihao's true Sunday, eternal star Palestian. Zong once again slashed out with his sword and immediately bombarded the darkness evil corpse's body. In the end, this darkness evil corpse was killed by Chunzong. After burning and turning into ashes, another Saint Origin crystal was left behind. It was slightly bigger than the first one, but Chunzong could keenly feel that the pure power contained in it was several times more vigorous. The value of this second Saint Origin crystal was even more astonishing. Putting away the Saint Origin crystal, Chunzong continued to move forward in the direction of the Divine Prison District. Occasionally, he would encounter other cultivators, but once cultivators who he didn't know met here, they basically wouldn't approach each other. Instead, they would keep a distance as much as possible. They were very vigilant, extremely vigilant, for fear that the other party would attack with malicious intent. The fourth danger in the bewitching god realm was other cultivators. Chunzong belonged to the category of people who wouldn't take the initiative to provoke others if others didn't provoke him. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't take the initiative to provoke others. However, there are also people who attacked Chunzong from behind, trying to kill Chunzong. After all, the true Saint Realm cultivators who entered here were all restricted and their auras were also affected. In addition, Chunzong's aura was restrained, making it difficult for others to distinguish his strength. Since they dared to attack him, Chunzong wouldn't show mercy. He instantly counterattacked and killed them, moving forward, encountering danger, and dealing with it. Another dark evil corpse was killed by Chunzong. This was a very strong dark evil corpse. Chunzong consumed nearly 70% of his strength, and after a tough battle, he killed it. He also obtained a Saint Origin crystal about the size of 2 fingernails. This was the 19th dark evil corpse Chunzong killed, but he only obtained 9 Saint Origin crystals. Suddenly, an extremely sharp sound rang out, as if it came from all directions, but also as if it came from the depths of the void. The sharp sound was extremely mournful, with an indescribable anger, as if it was roaring and venting. Immediately, Chunzong felt that the evil aura contained in the passage was intensifying little by little. Vaguely, there seemed to be a roaring sound coming from the distance. It was the fluctuation of the dark aura, like a raging tide. Roar, roar. Terrifying roars rang out from all directions. Those were the roars of the dark evil corpse, full of madness and madness. Chunzong's expression suddenly changed. There were so many roars, indicating that there wasn't just one dark evil corpse, but many or even dozens of them. He could still kill 1 or 2 dark evil corpses, 3 or 4, or even 5. With his ability, he could still fight, but if there were more, it would be difficult to deal with. Moreover, Chunzong felt a deep malice. That malice seemed to be directed at him, directly attacking him, making him seem like a lighthouse, so clear and conspicuous. Why is this? Chunzong didn't understand, but without the slightest hesitation, he immediately burst out with extreme speed, flying forward. His speed was extremely fast, like a sword tearing the sky. At the same time, there were violent roars constantly approaching from behind, and there were also roars in front of him. It felt as if he was being targeted, as if some kind of existence was controlling the dark, evil corpse to find him and deal with him. Charge! Chunzong didn't intend to fight these dark, evil corpses. Even if he could obtain Saint Origin crystals from killing them and obtain a huge amount of wealth, if he wanted to obtain wealth, he first needed to stay alive. With a flash of sword light, Yang Kai jumped through the wide passage, directly avoiding the attack of a dark, evil corpse, and continued forward. Chapter 32-24. In the 1-kilometer wide passage, one after another, terrifying dark demonic corpses attack from both the front and back. One after another, extremely shocking aura was brimming with evilness, as if they wanted to sink everything. They directly attacked Chunzong's body and completely locked him down. He couldn't escape. It was as if Chunzong couldn't escape no matter what. It was as if this maze god realm had its own will, and it was an evil will that targeted Chunzong specifically to deal with Chunzong. There were too many. There were dozens of dark corpses chasing behind him. Even further away, there seemed to be more terrifying roars, indicating that there were still many dark corpses chasing after him. In front of him, dark corpses constantly appeared to intercept him. Encirclement, pursuit, and interception. Even with Chunzong's strength and ability, he didn't dare to be surrounded by dark corpses. Chunzong was very clear about the dark corpses' strength. Weak dark corpses were enough to block a few of his ultimate moves. Strong dark corpses could make him fall into a bitter battle. Being surrounded by dark corpses, he estimated that only death awaited him. Although he wasn't afraid of death, Chunzong wasn't willing to die here. He wasn't alone now. Sometimes, having no worries would allow one to advance bravely. But sometimes, having worries in one's heart could stimulate a stronger fighting spirit. In front of him, a huge figure that was 100 meters tall appeared. It was a giant that was completely black. This giant actually had 3 heads, one that looked like a human, one that looked like a wolf, and one that looked like a snake. Not only that, but it also had dozens of arms, each of which was dozens of meters long. Its body was burning with a layer of black flames. It looked very terrifying. Strong. This dark corpse gave Chunzong a feeling that it was very strong and very dangerous. In an instant, Chunzong had a kind of understanding. He wasn't a match for this dark corpse. Even if he used the Titan battle technique, he still wasn't a match for it. Fast. His primordial heart force collided in an instant, erupting 5 times as he used the boundless formless kill. His speed was so fast that it surpassed the limit. In an instant, he flew past the huge dark corpse and avoided the dozens of arms. This huge dark corpse's strength was indeed very terrifying, but in terms of speed, it was slightly inferior. It wasn't able to intercept Chunzong. Chunzong took advantage of the opportunity to cut open a dark corpse. As it squirmed, it rapidly recovered. Chunzong didn't pay it any attention and continued to fly forward. At the same time, Chunzong didn't move randomly. Instead, he continued to advance along the route towards the Divine Prison District. There were too many dark corpses. It was unknown how much time had passed. Fortunately, Chunzong's primordial heart force recovered at an extremely fast speed. Although Chunzong was rapidly fleeing, he wasn't panicked at all. On the contrary, he was very rhythmic, allowing the consumption of his primordial heart force to be almost equal to his recovery speed. Even if he were to erupt several times more, he wouldn't exhaust his primordial heart force. Instead, he would gradually recover, always maintaining around 50%. With such strength, even if he encountered any danger, Chunzong wouldn't lose the ability to resist because of his insufficient cultivation. Escape. As he continued to escape, Chunzong's figure suddenly stopped. There were no more dark corpses in front of him. Instead, there was a blacklight film. That blacklight film seemed to be somewhat transparent, but he couldn't see anything inside. It was pitch black and incomparably deep. The Divine Prison District. Inside that layer of blacklight film was the Divine Prison District. The Divine Prison District was the most dangerous place in the Maze God realm. For more than 1,000 years, many experts in the chaotic universe had entered the Divine Prison District. At first, they didn't know how to enter and entered by accident. Later on, some people deliberately entered to explore the mysteries within. In the end, they never appeared again. Sword Saint Wuxia was most likely trapped in the Divine Prison District. Therefore, they couldn't contact him. However, his soul lamp was still burning, proving that he was still alive. Chunzong's purpose was to rescue Sword Saint Wuxia. However, Chunzong wasn't so arrogant as to take the initiative to enter the Divine Prison District. At least, he had to study and think of a way first. As for now, Chunzong was somewhat helpless. Could it be that he had to enter the Divine Prison District directly? Behind him was the Divine Prison District. There was no path to the left or the right. There was a path in front of him, which was the path he had taken to come here. However, there were at least 100 dark corpses rushing over. Chunzong could still see that behind the 100 dark corpses, another wave of dark corpses was approaching. Chunzong couldn't help but smile bitterly. He could fight them, but he couldn't defeat them. There were too many dark corpses, and each one of them was very strong. It was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Moreover, it wasn't just 4 hands. Calculating, how many arms were there? A few hundred? A few thousand? Holding the heavenly will sword in his right hand, he loosened it, tightened it, and loosened it again. After repeating this several times, Chunzong exhaled and resolutely turned around. Without hesitation, he stepped out and touched the blacklight film. The moment he touched the blacklight film, Chunzong felt an obscure resistance. However, the resistance wasn't very strong. At least, it was impossible for it to stop a true saint. An ordinary true saint could definitely break in if he unleashed his full strength, let alone someone like Chunzong. After exerting a little force, Chunzong immediately fell into the blacklight film. At the same time, arms carrying extremely terrifying dark evil power instantly broke through the air and attacked Chunzong. They wanted to smash Chunzong into pieces as if they had an irreconcilable hatred with Chunzong. With a loud boom, the entire blacklight film shook violently. Layers of ripples spread out crazily like a raging tide. When the arms retracted and the ripples surged, Chunzong disappeared. Was it shattered? No. At that moment, Chunzong also entered the blacklight film and entered the divine prison district. However, the violent attacks of the dark corpses didn't break the blacklight film. The blacklight film wasn't so easy to break. It was very strange. Attacks couldn't break the blacklight film, but if one touched it with one's body, one would only feel a little resistance. The lighter one's movements were, the smaller the resistance. On the contrary, the bigger one's movements were, the more ineffective it was. Since they couldn't kill Chunzong, the dark corpses retreated and continued to wander. The evil consciousness seemed to let out a terrifying roar. It was extremely angry. The divine prison district was the core area of the Maze Godland. It was also the most dangerous place in the Maze Godland. It was said that one could enter but not come out. Since ancient times, at least hundreds of cultivators had entered the core area. There were ordinary true saints and peerless experts on the chaotic true board. However, no matter who it was, no one had appeared after entering the divine prison district. So far, what happened to those hundreds of people? There might still be some people alive, but it was hard to say because some places were very strange. Those who entered died, but outside. The soul lamp in the outside world was still burning because it couldn't be felt. Such places were very rare, but they still existed. No one knew if the divine prison district was the same. When Chunzong entered the divine prison district, he immediately felt that there seemed to be an extremely terrifying consciousness sweeping over and locking onto him. That consciousness seemed to carry an extremely shocking malice. It was so deep that Chunzong couldn't help but tremble and feel his hair stand on end. This deep malice was almost similar to the malice that Chunzong felt before. No, it should be said that it was the same. However, the malice before was not so strong. What kind of existence was emitting such malice? Chunzong's expression was extremely solemn. The mixed yuan heart force was operating to the extreme, and the tyrannical sword essence was about to burst out. His eyes swept across the sky like cold lightning. He was immediately stunned. Where is this? He had actually appeared in an empty house. This house was very large, at least tens of thousands of meters in length and width, and more than a kilometer in height. Appearing in such a place alone, he only felt empty. The walls of the entire house were pitch black, like they were made of stone or steel. They exuded an amazing cold aura. Even with his cultivation, Chunzong felt a slight chill. If a Saint Realm Master were here, they would probably be frozen in an instant. This is the God's Prison District? Chunzong was puzzled. There was no information about the Divine Prison District in the outside world, so Chunzong couldn't tell. However, according to his speculation, this should be the Divine Prison District. His mixed yuan heart force spread out, but it was still only able to cover a distance of 10,000 meters. After exploring the house, he found countless marks on the walls, which seemed to have been left behind by something. Chunzong carefully analyzed these marks and simulated them. He found that there should have been some kind of life form in this house before. That life form seemed to have gone crazy and attacked everything around it, constantly whipping everything, but it was resisted by the extremely hard walls. It couldn't break through, but it still left behind traces. Comparing these traces, Chunzong's expression changed greatly. Each whip mark was at least as thick as a person's waist, and some were even several meters in diameter, indicating that the body of the whipping life form was not small. It could even be called huge. According to the differences in the traces, Chunzong further analyzed that the life form in this house before should have had many whips. No, to be precise, it shouldn't have been whips, but tentacles. There were at least 30 octopus-like tentacles. Thus, Chunzong further calculated that the life form's tentacles were at least a kilometer in length. What kind of life form is that? Chunzong couldn't help but frown. Besides the cosmic beasts and giant rulers he had seen before, there weren't many life forms that could reach a kilometer in length. Most of them were only a few hundred meters in length. A life form with tentacles that could reach a kilometer in length would have to be at least a few thousand meters in length. Chunzong couldn't help but speculate that this house might have been used to imprison the life form. A life form that was a few thousand meters in length was imprisoned in a house that was tens of thousands of meters in length. Chunzong suddenly pulled out his sword and unleashed his full power. He used heart sword technique and slashed at the wall. The moment he slashed, Chunzong immediately felt an indescribable toughness. Yes, not only was it extremely hard, but it also had an indescribable tenacity. It blocked his slash, and the heart-heavenly sword bounced back. Chunzong took a closer look and discovered that there was a sword mark on the wall. It was a very thin and light sword mark, as if it had been lightly drawn with a brush that did not have enough ink. It was at least a few times different from the marks of the whips. Chapter 32:25. In the Divine Prison District, a prison is a prison. What kind of terrifying existence was once imprisoned here? Chunzong glanced at the traces on the cold, dark wall with a solemn expression. Judging from the traces and his own sword marks alone, it was clear that the life form that was once imprisoned here was extremely terrifying. Its strength was extremely tyrannical and several times stronger than his own. With his current level of strength, he could be ranked in the top 10 of the chaotic real ranking. Chunzong did not believe that Martial Godlord, who was ranked first on the chaotic real ranking, could be several times stronger than him. A difference of 1 time would be amazing, and he could completely suppress his opponent in battle. A difference of 2 times would be enough to crush his opponent. If the difference was 3 times, he could easily defeat or even kill his opponent. In other words, Chunzong was definitely no match for the life form that was once imprisoned here. He could even crush it one-sidedly. Could Martial God, Lord be so strong? It was unimaginable. After coming here, Chunzong felt that his strength had been further restricted or suppressed. However, if he was in such a situation, then the powerful beings imprisoned here should be in the same situation. They were all restricted as well. 1,000th. After Chunzong carefully sensed and tested it, he suddenly gasped. When he was in the confusion realm, his strength was indeed restricted to 100th, but in the Divine Prison District, it was restricted to 1,000th. This level of strength directly fell from the true Saint realm to the Saint realm. It was not even considered strong in the Saint realm. However, the life form that was imprisoned here had long disappeared. Who knew how many years it had been? There was not even a trace of its aura left, so Chunzong could not determine it. After searching for a while, Chunzong found a door that seemed to be inlaid into the wall. It was a 5-meter high and 4-meter wide door that was extremely cold. After searching for a while, the door suddenly trembled and made a cracking sound. The sound was obscure and harsh, and it slowly moved open. A weak ray of light shone into the room as well. Chunzong-san released his primordial heart force and quickly spread it out to investigate. He had tried it before, but the primordial heart force was blocked by the wall and couldn't spread outside. Outside, there was a corridor that was 3,000 meters wide. It was 1,000 meters high, which was very shocking. It was also pitch black, and the aura it emitted was very cold. It wasn't the cold of ice, but the cold of the iron in the deep sea that had been cold for 10,000 years. Chunzong walked out of the door and walked in this wide corridor. He seemed so small, like a speck of dust. It was hard to imagine what kind of existence built this place. Even the giant race of the giant era did not use such a place. Chunzong suddenly paused. He felt an aura in front of him. It was a cultivator. The other cultivators couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. If he was alone, loneliness was one thing. Another thing was that it was difficult to find out where he was. Divine Prison District. These 3 words alone were not enough to explain anything. The information was very limited, but if they could find others, they might be able to get more information. Although Chenzong discovered the aura of other cultivators, he was happy and did not let his guard down. It was not safe to meet other cultivators in such a place. "Who are you?" That cultivator also noticed Chenzong. His slightly hoarse voice rang out and instantly transmitted over. "My name is Chenzong. Who are you?" Chenzong replied. "Chenzong." That person seemed to have paused for a moment. From his tone, there was a hint of doubt, as if he was thinking if he had heard of this name before. Soon after, he opened his mouth again with a hint of surprise. "I have never heard of your name before. Could it be that you have just entered this place?" "I was unlucky. I accidentally entered the God's Prison District," Chenzong replied. "No one who enters this place is lucky," the man replied, which made Chenzong smile. Indeed, those who entered the God's Prison District were unlucky. Who would enter this place if they were lucky? At this time, the man also walked in front of Chenzong. They were dozens of meters apart. Although the light was dim, they could see each other's faces clearly. It was a middle-aged man. He looked a little down. The middle-aged cultivator was a human. "You can call me Wang Yi." The middle-aged man looked at Chenzong and said, "No matter what, you should not have entered this place. Once you enter, you cannot leave. You can only become a prisoner." "A prisoner?" Chenzong was a little surprised. "This is the God's Prison District. It is also a prison. If you cannot leave, you are imprisoned here." "You are no different from a prisoner," Wang Yi said. His expression and tone did not change. He seemed to be a little numb. Obviously, he had accepted the situation. "Can't leave?" Chenzong frowned slightly. Although Chenzong had inquired about all kinds of information about the Maze God realm and the outside world, and knew that the God's Prison District was known to be a place where one could enter but not leave. However, knowing was one thing. Entering it himself was another. If he could not leave, wouldn't he be trapped here until he died? That would not do. He had to leave this place no matter what. "Brother Wang, other than me, has anyone else entered the God's Prison District in recent years?" Chenzong asked. His purpose of coming here was to find Sword Saint Wu Sha. If Sword Saint Wu Sha had entered this place, perhaps Wang Yi would know. "Others?" Wang Yi pondered for a moment and replied, "I don't know. Everyone who enters the God's Prison District will appear in an empty prison cell." Chenzong immediately thought of the huge house he had appeared in. It turned out that it was a prison cell. Prison cell? Chenzong showed a surprised expression. Since it is a prison cell, it must be used to imprison something. That's right. It is used to imprison something. It is a kind of monster. As Wang Yi spoke, Chenzong keenly noticed that Wang Yi's pupils had shrunk to the size of needles in an instant. His voice was trembling slightly. Obviously, he was frightened from the bottom of his heart. What kind of monster could make Wang Yi feel frightened? Chenzong could tell from Wang Yi's subtle aura that Wang Yi was not weak. He was at the level of the real Chaos Ranking Board. Of course, Wang Yi's strength was suppressed here. He only had 1,000th of his original strength. With such strength, he was frightened by the so-called monster. It seemed that his previous speculation was not wrong. The huge imprisoned life was indeed very terrifying. Its strength was extremely shocking. It was even stronger than Martial Godlord, who was ranked first on the real Chaos Ranking Board. Of course, he wasn't sure if it was really stronger than the Martial Godlord. After all, whether it was the imprisoned monster or the Martial Godlord, Chenzong had never seen them with his own eyes, so he couldn't make a more accurate guess. No matter what, the imprisoned monster must be very strong. It must be stronger than him. "Brother Wang, how do I find the others?" Chenzong asked. He did not forget his original purpose, which was to find Sword Saint Wu Sha first. As for leaving this place, he would think about it later. "It's very simple. Search the cells one by one," Wang Yi said. "However, there are tens of thousands of cells here. There are tens of thousands of cells, and spiritual sense can't penetrate the walls of the cells, so it won't be easy to search the entire prison." "Thank you." Chenzong began to search. It was indeed not easy to search the tens of thousands of cells one by one. However, it was nothing more than spending more time to search slowly. "Wait." Seeing that Chenzong was about to start searching, Wang Yi immediately said, "Well, I will tell you something first so that you don't get into trouble." "Get into trouble?" Chunzong was surprised. There are people living in some of the cells. They have been here for a long time. Their temperament is different from before. They will attack without saying a word. Wang Yi said with a slightly serious expression, and these people are very strong. Some of them have formed gangs. If they know that you are new here, they will definitely ask you to hand over the storage device. They might even kill you. I am going to find a friend. He's been here longer than me. I will take you to him for help. Well, thank you. Chunzong saluted with his sword. It's nothing. I'm also bored. It is better to have something to do. Wang Yi smiled and said, by the way, you just came in. You should have a lot of chaos divine gems, right? Yes, I have some. Chunzong responded. That's good. Wang Yi nodded. Wang Yi led the way. After walking for tens of thousands of meters, he immediately knocked on the wall. Chunzong waited quietly. Who is it? After about 10 breaths, a muffled voice was heard. It became very faint. If one did not pay attention, it would be difficult to hear it clearly. By the way, I forgot to ask, what is the name of the person you're looking for? Wang Yi asked. Sword Saint Wu Sha. Chunzong responded. Brother Yin, I am Wang Yi. Wang Yi walked into the door. When he reached the door, he almost stuck to the door and shouted loudly. After about 10 breaths, a cracking sound was heard. The door slowly opened. Brother Yin, I need your help to find a newcomer called Sword Saint Wu Sha. Wang Yi said to the open door. Sword Saint Wu Sha. I heard of this person a few months ago. A muffled voice was heard. Haha, I did not expect to be so lucky. There is hope to find the person you're looking for. Wang Yi smiled and waved at Chunzong. Chunzong, come in. This person is called Yan Huan. He's a good person. Okay. Chunzong thought for a moment. Wang Yi was willing to help. If he did not go in person, it would be disrespectful. He walked into the door and saw Wang Yi and another person. They were a little far away and the light was a little dim. Chunzong could not see the person's appearance clearly. He could only see that the person was very tall and sturdy. My name is Yan Huan. You are looking for Sword Saint Wu Sha? The tall and sturdy person said directly. There was not much politeness in his tone. I can take you to the cell of Sword Saint Wu Sha, but you have to pay a price. Otherwise, you will have to look for him yourself. Brother Yin, it is just a small matter. Why do you have to do this? Wang Yi said anxiously. For your sake, I can ask for less. Yan Huan said seriously. Brother Wang, it is okay. What do you want? Chunzong asked back. Chaotic divine gems. Yan Huan said directly. As long as you give me 50,000 chaotic divine gems, I will take you to the cell of Sword Saint Wu Sha. This is for your sake. If not, you have to give me at least 100,000 chaotic divine gems. 50,000 chaotic divine gems. Okay, you lead the way. After I find the person, I will give it to you. Chunzong agreed without hesitation. It was only 50,000 chaotic divine gems. Chapter 32:26. It was reasonable for both parties to make a deal with each other. Moreover, 50,000 chaos divine crystals were nothing to Chunzong. He had millions of chaos divine crystals in his storage artifact and dozens of Saint Origin crystals. In terms of value, those dozens of Saint Origin crystals could be sold for at least 10 to 20 million chaos divine crystals. That was an amazing amount of wealth. Even if Yan Huan asked for 100,000 or 200,000 chaos divine crystals, Chunzong would give it to him without hesitation. Of course, he had to find Sword Saint Wu Sha first. If he couldn't find him, he wouldn't get a single chaos divine crystal. Haha, great. Let's go. Yan Huan said immediately, looking very happy. Brother Chun, let's go. Wang Yi also said, walking with Chunzong. He lowered his voice and said, I'm sorry, Brother Chun. I didn't expect Yan Huan to be so straightforward. It's okay. Chunzong responded. 50,000 chaos divine crystals shouldn't be too much for Brother Chun. Wang Yi sighed and said, otherwise, I would feel even more guilty. It's okay. Chunzong didn't say it was not a big deal. He just answered like that. Yan Huan led the way and kept going deeper. There were tens of thousands of prison cells, and each of them was very big. There were many crisscrossing paths. If one wasn't familiar with this place, It was easy to go in the wrong direction. After all, Chunzong also found that his primal chaos heart force was further suppressed. It was suppressed to a distance of 1,000 meters. The distance of 1,000 meters was like heaven and earth compared to the outside world. Chunzong didn't know how the others were suppressed, but he knew that they wouldn't be better than him. Under Yanhuan's lead, they first took a left turn at a crossroad, and then a right turn at another crossroad. There were tens of thousands of prison cells, which was a lot. Each of them was so vast and occupied an amazing area. The entire Divine Prison District was undoubtedly very big. Chunzong became more and more curious. Who built this Divine Prison District? Which epoch of the universe did it belong to? There were more or less marks on the walls. Some were marks left by whips, which should be caused by some kind of tentacles. Some were scratches, which looked like claws scratched the walls. It was a ghastly sight. There were also marks, as if they were caused by a twisted fist. There were many kinds of traces. No matter which one it was, Chunzong was horrified after analyzing it. Just how strong were the life forms that had once stayed here? It was simply unimaginable. "We're here." Yanhuan paused and knocked on the wall, emitting a dull sound. However, there was no response. Yanhuan could only knock on the door a few more times. At the same time, she leaned close to the door and shouted, "Sword Saint Wu Sha, someone is looking for you." This wall would isolate the penetration of spiritual force and primordial chaos heart force, but it would not completely isolate sound. As long as the sound was loud enough, it could still penetrate a little. Just now, Wang had shouted this to Yanhuan. "Who is it?" After a while, a voice was heard. It was a little muffled and subtle. Although Chunzong was familiar with the voice of Sword Saint Wu Sha, the voice was distorted and difficult to distinguish. He could still hear a hint of vigilance in it. However, he would know once he saw the person. "First Elder, I'm Chunzong." Chunzong immediately leaned close to the door and spoke as if his voice was strung together. After 10 breaths, the door trembled and made cracking sounds. It opened immediately. Chunzong stood at the door and saw the person inside through the open door. He immediately showed a touch of joy. "Sword Saint Wu Sha." It was indeed Sword Saint Wu Sha. "First Elder," Chunzong said with a smile. "Hill Master, why are you here?" Sword Saint Wu Sha exclaimed. "I came after receiving your last message," Chunzong said with a smile. "My message was not to ask for help. It was to tell you not to come." Sword Saint Wu Sha sighed and said, "This is the Divine Prison District. It's a prison. Once you enter here, you're like a prisoner and can't get out. It doesn't matter if I'm trapped here, but you're the hope of our Taihao Mountain. How could you enter here? You're so stupid." "It doesn't matter, since I'm already here." Chunzong smiled and said, "It's meaningless to talk about that. Maybe we can find a way to get out of here." After hearing Chunzong's words, Yanhuan suddenly smiled and said, "Don't talk about that. I've already helped you find the person. It's time to give me the Chaos Divine Gems." Chunzong didn't care. The Divine Prison District was famous for being unable to get out. It was meaningless to argue. Besides, he really didn't know how to leave now. It was useless to argue. When he took out 50,000 Chaos Divine Gems, Chunzong saw Yanhuan's eyes shining. He grabbed the pile of Chaos Divine Gems with a big hand and immediately took them away. He looked at Chunzong with blazing eyes. Then he restrained himself and said, "You're a straightforward person. If you need my help or want to know anything, just come to me. The price is fair." After that, Yanhuan turned and strode away. Soon, he disappeared. "Brother Chun, congratulations on finding the person." Wang Yi cupped his hands and said to Chunzong, "Brother Wang, I'll have to trouble you this time." Chunzong smiled. Then, he waved his hand and a pile of chaotic divine crystals appeared. There was a total of 50,000 of them. "I hope that you can accept this humble gift." "This?" Wang Yi was surprised. His eyes were shining. Then, he clenched his teeth and said, "Okay, then I'll accept it shamelessly." "Brother Chun, thank you. These Chaos Divine Gems are of great help to me." Wang Yi said and kept the 50,000 Chaos Divine Gems. The door closed and Wang Yi stayed behind. "Mountain Master, You shouldn't have come. Sword Saint Wu Sha said. You've been here for a while. What do you know? Chen Zong asked. Not much. When I first came in, I wanted to explore. Then I met a group of people. They knew that I just came in and forced me to hand over my storage divine item. If I didn't, they would kill me. Sword Saint Wu Sha said slowly. They are very strong. When I saw that the situation was bad, I immediately used a secret technique to speed up my escape. I couldn't enter the other cells, so I could only return here. They can't enter. Chen Zong frowned slightly. He suddenly thought of something. If this was a cell used to imprison some kind of powerful monster, why could it be open from the inside, but not from the outside? If that was the case, wouldn't it fail to imprison the monster? Think about it. What kind of cell would be open from the inside? However, Sword Saint Wu Sha's words also indicated that he could open the cell from the outside, but others couldn't. Why was that? Could it be that the cell recognized people? Whoever appeared in the cell first could open the cell from the outside, but others couldn't. Chen Zong voiced his doubts and looked at Wang. Brother Wang, you've been here for a longer time. Do you know anything about this? Brother Chen, you've said it. Actually, someone mentioned this before. It's just that they didn't find a clear answer, Wang Yi said, shaking his head. Wang Yi shook his head. Then, Wang Yi continued, Brother Chen, do you know why someone would want Sword Saint Wu Sha to hand over his storage god artifact after finding out he's new? Chaos Divine Gems? Chen Zong thought. That's right. Chaos Divine Gems. Wang Yi sighed slightly. Those who enter here aren't considered weak in the true saint realm, because those weaker true saints will be killed by the dark evil corpses before they reach the depths of the lost god realm or become dark evil corpses. Chen Zong nodded. Thinking about the strength of those dark evil corpses, ordinary true saints were indeed no match for them. It seemed that Sword Saint Wu Sha's strength had improved quite a bit after all these years of experience. Chen Zong, you can feel it, right? The heaven and earth essence qi here isn't as dense as the outside world, and it's very messy, Wang Yi said. Chen Zong couldn't help but nod. He had felt this when he first entered. The heaven and earth essence qi in the God Prison District was indeed incomparable to the outside world. It was messy and seemed to contain a trace of chaos. Chen Zong immediately understood without Wang Yi saying anything. Because the heaven and earth essence qi here was messy, it would be very inefficient to absorb and refine it into one's own cultivation. Moreover, the heaven and earth essence qi also contain chaos. If one absorbed the heaven and earth essence qi, the chaos would also be absorbed. It was fine to absorb a small amount, but if one absorbed too much, it would affect one's divine intent and even cause one to go crazy. In this way, once one's cultivation was consumed, one would have to rely on the Chaos Divine Gems to recover. The power contained in the Chaos Divine Gems was pure and very suitable for absorption and refinement. There wouldn't be any adverse effects. In this place, the effect of the Chaos Divine Gems would be further magnified. In most cases, the people here aren't willing to fight. As long as they don't attack, their cultivation won't be consumed and can last for a long time, Wang Yi said. Then, his tone became serious. But some people are different. They will snatch the Chaos Divine Gems of others, especially those who have just entered here. They're their main target. For example, I was robbed once in order to survive. The Chaos Divine Gems are long gone, so even if they meet me, they won't attack me again. This was also the reason why Chen Zong was able to meet Wang Yi. Otherwise, Wang Yi wouldn't have come out so casually. Of course, it was also because anyone would feel uncomfortable staying in a cold cell for a long time. It was only right for him to come out for a breath of fresh air. Those who specialize in snatching the Chaos Divine Gems are fine. But if you encounter those lunatics who are attacked by the Chaos Divine Gems, you'll be finished. Wang Yi's expression was very serious. They're already different. They can't be called human. We call them the Chaos Ones. The Chaos Ones. Chen Zong pondered. He imagined the result of being attacked by the Chaos Divine Gems. Indeed, they would become mindless lunatics. However, under normal circumstances, As long as you don't enter the core of the God Prison District, you won't encounter those crazy Chaos ones, Wang Yi said solemnly. Why would those Chaos ones stay in the core of the God Prison District? Chenzong keenly caught this point in Wang Yi's words and immediately asked. The core of the God Prison District. Wang Yi took a deep breath. His eyes flashed with fear and his voice trembled. There's a monster there, a terrifying monster. Chenzong and Sword Saint Wu Sha couldn't help but look at each other. What kind of monster could make Wang Yi show such a frightened expression? Even the tone of his voice was trembling. Chapter 32:27. Chenzong, Sword Saint Wu Sha, and Wang Yi left the cell and walked on the wide corridor towards the core of the God's Prison District. When Chenzong heard about the God's Prison District from Wang Yi, he instinctively felt that they should go to the core of the God's Prison District to take a look. Maybe they could find some useful clues. Chenzong wanted to go to the core, but he knew the way, so he could only ask Wang Yi to lead the way. Wang Yi gritted his teeth and agreed, but he also invited Yin Huan. It would be safer for the four of them to move together. After all, everyone who entered here, whether they were from the Origin race, the Human race, the Fire Saint tribe, or the Water Saint tribe, was at the true Saint realm. They were not weak. Yin Huan accepted the invitation, or rather, the employment, because he asked for 50,000 Chaos Divine Gems. Chenzong did not refuse. The God's Prison District was too mysterious. One more person who was not weak was one more layer of protection. Yin Huan and Wang Yi's expressions were grave. Sword Saint Wu Sha's expression was solemn. Only Chenzong's expression was calm. The God's Prison District was very vast. Everyone's strength was obviously suppressed. They were only 1,000th of their original strength. It was difficult to travel around the God's Prison District in a short time. Moreover, they had to maintain their strength as much as possible. Under Yin Huan and Wang Yi's lead, Chenzong and Sword Saint Wu Sha kept moving forward. They encountered a group of people. There were as many as 7 people in this group. It's him. When they saw Sword Saint Wu Sha, they were stunned and then overjoyed. He escaped last time. This time, you won't be able to escape. As they spoke, the 7 of them used up more strength and burst out with full speed. They surrounded Chenzong and the other 3. There's someone I haven't seen before. Is he also new? The 7 of them stared at Chenzong. Their eyes shone brightly. Newcomers mint primal chaos, divine crystals. Hand over your storage items, and we'll let you live, one of the 7 said coldly. A terrifying aura spread out and locked onto Chenzong and the other 3. Of these 7, 2 were from the Human race, 2 were from the Origin race, 2 were from the Fire Saint tribe, and 1 was from the Thunder Saint tribe. Wang Dong, Brother Yin, and I have already been robbed by you. Wang Yi immediately said angrily, Enough is enough. Otherwise, if we really fight, how much do you think you can gain? Now that Wang Yi and Yin Huan had obtained the Chaotic Divine Gems, they could use the Chaotic Divine Gems to recover their cultivation power. Of course, under normal circumstances, they would use them sparingly so that they could last longer. However, at critical moments, they could increase the consumption of the Chaotic Divine Gems to increase their strength. Last time, they had been robbed by these people alone. This time, it would not be so easy. For against 7, since they still had Chaotic Divine Gems, they might be able to fight. Yin Huan didn't say a word, but a thick light flashed in his hand. A thick bronze saber appeared in his hand, exuding a terrifying saber pressure. Wang Yi's aura rose and instantly condensed. It felt like it could topple mountains and overturn seas. Sword Saint Wu Sha pulled out his Chaotic Divine Gems. His eyes were sharp. He didn't say a word, but he condensed a strong, killing intent in his sword. He and his sword were inseparable, as if they were one. Only Chenzong was calm. It seems like you want to die. Wang Dong's face darkened. His eyes were cold, and his voice was filled with strong, killing intent. If that's the case, then don't live anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Dong attacked first. He threw a punch. Even though his cultivation was suppressed, and he only had 1,000th of his strength left, the power of this punch was very terrifying. The fist intent contained in it had a power that could sweep through the universe. These people were trapped here and couldn't leave. They had been trapped here for at least dozens of years, and at most hundreds of years. Under the situation where their cultivation couldn't increase, they had nothing to do. They could only study martial arts. Under the boredom of studying for a long time, their attainments in martial arts had improved, and their strength had increased. Attack! As Wang Dong attacked, the others attacked as well. Palm prints came pressing down from the sky. Flames surged and lightning bloomed. Wang Yi attacked as well. He cultivated palm techniques. The power of his cultivation was condensed in his palms, and he instantly threw them out. His movements seemed light, but each palm contained a terrifying force. It was held back, and only when it hit the target would it explode with shocking power. Yan Huan suddenly waved his heavy saber. The saber aura was extremely powerful and domineering. It was like a saber mountain was pushed out. Kill! Sword Saint Wu Sha shouted. He instantly waved his sword and slashed out an extremely cold sword light. The murderous aura cut through the sky like a tide. Chen Zong's sword was silently unsheathed. An extremely condensed sword light tore through the sky. Under the situation where his strength was suppressed to 1,000th of his strength, his moves weren't that flashy. However, its power was still very terrifying, especially when his moves were more exquisite. His killing intent was extremely shocking. 7 against 4. For a while, no one could do anything to the other. The fierce battle continued, but gradually, Wang Yi, Yan Huan, and Sword Saint Wu Sha began to be suppressed. Only Chen Zong was not. On the contrary, Chen Zong seemed to be getting fiercer and fiercer. He displayed the single-hearted sword technique. The power of each sword was extremely terrifying. The sword light pierced through everything. Divine firmament. A sword slashed through the air. The sword light was extremely dazzling. It took away all the brilliance, making the originally dim corridor seem to be swallowed by darkness. Only the sword light was extremely dazzling and sharp. This sword was very close and fast. One of them was immediately hit, and his body was directly split open. His expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly flew back. The split body slowly healed, and his expression became more and more ugly. If it was in the outside world, it wouldn't be a big deal to consume energy like this. But in the Divine Prison District, every bit of energy was precious. It was best not to consume it. If they were injured, the energy consumed when the indestructible body was recovering was enough to make their hearts ache. This was also the reason why the people here would try their best to avoid fighting if they could. It was because if they wanted to recover their energy after consuming it, they could only absorb it through the chaotic divine crystal. Of course, they could also take elixirs, but they couldn't be taken too often. Otherwise, they would leave impurities that would affect the purity of their energy. Chunzong was different from them. He didn't have to worry about the consumption of his energy, because Chunzong's energy was the mixed Yuan heart force. It was a unique energy of its own. Whether it was cultivation, improvement, or recovery, it had nothing to do with the outside world. It was naturally born in his own inner universe. So here, Chunzong didn't care about the consumption of his energy at all, except that his strength was suppressed to only 1,000th of it. The recovery speed of his energy was still very fast, and he wasn't affected that much. In this way, as long as Chunzong grasped the rhythm of the battle well, he could fight for a long time. One person and one sword. In just a short time, they displayed their killing moves and cut the bodies of the 7 people in half. Let's go. Wang Dong's face was pale, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Chunzong was very strong, and they were no match for him. After all, Chunzong had the strength of the top 10 on the real chaotic ranking, and they weren't. Before they entered here, most of them hadn't been listed on the real chaotic ranking. Even though decades or even centuries had passed, their martial arts had improved and their strength had become stronger. If they went to the outside world to recover their cultivation, they would be able to further enhance their strength. They might have the strength to be listed on the real chaotic ranking, but it wasn't certain. Everyone would improve especially those geniuses whose improvement was more obvious. Of course, there had been peerless experts on the real chaotic ranking who had broken into the divine prison district, but there weren't many of them, and these 7 people weren't such experts. Did I say you can go? An indifferent voice was heard. Chunzong's figure flashed and appeared in front of the 7 people directly, stopping them. You are indeed very strong. You must be a peerless expert on the real chaotic ranking. Wang Dong's face darkened, and he said in a cold voice, "But here, even if you are very strong, you will still be subject to various restrictions. If we really want to fight to the death, we may not be afraid of you. We just don't want to fight to the death. The fish will die, but the net won't break." Chunzong said unhurriedly. With every word he said, the sword will grow stronger. When he said 7 words, the sword will reach its peak, as if it was about to condense into reality and tear everything apart. The heavenly will sword since the sword will, and immediately trembled. It let out a series of sword cries, and the sword chi surged. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions like a storm, immediately filling the surroundings. Wang Dong and the other 7 people's expressions changed drastically, and they became more and more serious. We're going to fight to the death. The 7 people's expressions became more and more serious. Their pupils constricted, and their auras continued to gather. Although they were very unwilling, they had to do it now. As cultivators, they could survive until now. In addition to being cautious enough, they also had amazing willpower that dared to face life and death. In this battle, it was either you or me that would die. There was no escape. Wang Yi's expression was solemn and determined, but Yin Huan smiled bitterly. To be honest, he didn't want this to happen. He was only making a deal with Chunzong. But no matter what, they were now in the same team and on the same line. They should work together to fight the enemy. Moreover, Chunzong had shown very strong strength. At least they had the upper hand in a 4-against-7 battle. They could win. Sword Saint Wu Sha didn't say a word, but his killing intent was raised to the extreme, and it was also condensed to the extreme. Desolation. Strands of desolation filled the surroundings, as if they had turned into gusts of wind. They surged back and forth in this place, sweeping past everyone's bodies and their hearts. A battle of life and death was about to begin. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps rang out. It came from behind Chunzong. There was darkness in the distance, deep in the darkness. The footsteps were clear and heavy, and they kept coming. Accompanied by the heavy footsteps, a terrifying evil and chaotic aura spread out at the same time. "It's the chaotic one. Leave quickly." The expressions of Wang Dong and the others changed drastically. They retreated without hesitation, because at this moment, they believed that the others definitely wouldn't stop them. Sure enough, Chunzong didn't stop them. Instead, he turned around and faced the deep darkness, facing the figure that was gradually emerging from the darkness. Chapter 32:28. The corridor was dim, and the further one went, the darker it became. It was so dark that it turned into darkness, as if it would devour everything. That figure walked with heavy footsteps, as if it was a monster that walked out of the dark demon abyss. The chaotic and evil aura constantly spread out, blending into the air of the divine prison district. It was like a gust of wind, but also like the rush of water. Ta-ta-ta! The footsteps became clearer, and the chaotic and evil aura became stronger. The figure gradually became clearer. It was a figure in tattered clothes. His entire body was filled with wisps of grayish aura, which lingered like a thin cloud. The grayish aura was continuously emitting chaotic and evil ripples. It's a carrier of chaos. Brother Chun, run. Wang Yi's expression changed drastically, and he immediately roared. Yin Huan was also shocked, and he immediately retreated with explosive speed. At this time, he no longer cared about the consumption of energy. Running for his life was the most important thing. Wang Yi had said before that the carriers of chaos were caused by the previous cultivators who absorbed the world's yuan qi in this place. As a result, they were attacked by the chaotic and evil contained in the Yuan Qi, and gradually lost their self-rationality and became chaotic. The carriers of chaos were even more terrifying because they could absorb the world's Yuan Qi in this place without worrying about being affected by the chaotic will. Or rather, they had already been affected, so it didn't matter. In addition, the power of the carriers of chaos also carried the chaotic will. When fighting with them, it was easier to be attacked and attacked by the chaotic will. Under normal circumstances, cultivators were no match for the carriers of chaos. Therefore, once they encountered a carrier of chaos, they would decisively escape. As long as they returned to their cells, the carrier of chaos would not be able to do anything to them. However, Chunzong had no intention of escaping. Seeing that Chunzong did not move, Sword Saint Wuxia also did not move. Brother Chun, Wang Yi, who was retreating, shouted again with a change in expression. However, seeing that Chunzong really did not move, he immediately stopped, gritted his teeth, and rushed over again. Yan Huan stopped in the distance, but did not approach. "You're not running?" the carrier of chaos said. His voice was hoarse and dry, and there was some doubt in it. The carrier of chaos, was chaotic, but he still retained his previous consciousness. However, he did not have the emotions from before. "Why should I run?" Chunzong asked in a neither fast nor slow manner. "If you don't run, then die." The one of chaos immediately gave a sinister smile and took a step forward. His power erupted, and his speed suddenly increased. Like a gust of wind, he carried with him an extremely terrifying chaotic will and instantly closed in. Chunzong immediately felt an extremely shocking and chaotic aura rushing towards him. It was as if he had become a small boat that could be destroyed at any time. However, Chunzong was not a small boat. He was a giant ship. He unsheathed his sword. With a flash of sword light, the sword instantly pierced through the air. The impact of the chaotic spirit was indeed powerful, but it was nothing to Chunzong. It could not affect Chunzong at all. The gray saber light suddenly hacked out. It was accompanied by a trace of gray aura. It arrived in an instant. "He's gone mad. He's actually fighting against a member of chaos." Wang Dong and the others, who had retreated from afar, looked back. Their faces instantly changed. He must be a newcomer who thinks he's strong but doesn't know how terrifying the carriers of chaos are. How foolish. It's a pity that we can't get his chaotic divine crystals. The 7 of them all felt regretful. They did not immediately leave. Instead, they watched. With their strength, it was not that they could not fight against the carrier of chaos if the 7 of them joined forces. It was just that there was no need to. Even if the carrier of chaos won later, it would not be so easy to chase after them. Chunzong fought against the carrier of chaos. His saber and sword clashed. He immediately discovered that this carrier of chaos was very strong. His strength was very strong, and his physique was also very strong. Each of his attacks also carried the impact of chaotic will. He was very difficult to deal with. However, Chunzong still fought against him. He did not have to worry about the consumption of mixed Yuan heart force. He only needed to grasp the rhythm. Chunzong displayed the single-hearted sword technique to the extreme. One sword light after another continuously pierced through the air. Some were straight, some were zigzagging, some were circling, some were fast, and some were slow. They were all different and contained profound mysteries. At present, Chunzong had already deduced the single-hearted sword technique to the level of 33 swords. When a single-hearted sword technique increased by 1 sword, it represented an improvement. 3 more swords represented 3 improvements. It should be known that the single-hearted sword technique was the most direct manifestation of Chunzong's own attainments in Sword Dao. The further one progressed, the more difficult it became to improve. Previously, Chunzong used 10 years to improve from 27 swords to 30 swords. Later, it took him 30 years to improve from 30 swords to 33 swords. When he displayed the single-hearted sword to 33 swords, it was like a storm that swept over. For a time, it actually suppressed the carrier of chaos. The sword light flashed incessantly. It was extremely dazzling. It shattered the gloomy aura and enveloped the carrier of chaos, as if it was going to devour him. The carrier of chaos was constantly struck by swords. He was not a match for Chunzong at all. So strong. The expressions of Wang Dong and the others changed drastically. They never expected that the newcomer would be so strong. His swordsmanship was extremely superb. Fortunately, the carrier of chaos appeared. Otherwise, none of them would have been able to escape. In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Like a torrent bursting a dike, or like a star exploding, it directly shattered countless sword lights. The terrifying power also caused Chunzong to retreat in an instant. As the sword lights shattered, an astonishingly gloomy figure continued to expand. Strands of gloomy aura madly condensed and swayed like the tentacles of an octopus. Each gloomy tentacle emitted a terrifying aura that was even more powerful than before. Change. The carrier of chaos, S form rapidly changed. He completely broke away from his original human form and turned into a monster. A monster with a bloated body full of tentacles. An extremely evil aura constantly spread out from the monster's body. The terrifying aura filled all directions. The extremely evil and chaotic aura crazily rushed over, causing Chunzong's expression to become even more solemn. The sound of wind breaking was heard continuously. Tentacles as thick as an arm instantly shot out. Like spears and sharp swords piercing through the air, they burst out with astonishing speed and stabbed at Chunzong. Very quickly, in just an instant, Chunzong was targeted by more than a dozen tentacles. His figure was as light as a willow in the wind. He nimbly and quickly avoided the tentacles' attacks. As he waved the heavenly will sword, he also blocked the tentacles' attacks. However, the moment the sword and the tentacles came into contact, Chunzong immediately felt a terrifying burst of power. It was as if it wanted to shatter the heavenly will sword. Moreover, the tentacles changed very quickly. The moment they came into contact with the sword, they immediately rolled up and tried to wrap around the sword. Chunzong's reaction was even faster. The sword in his hand was like an extension of his arm. Using both hardness and gentleness, he instantly broke apart the tentacles. The sword light was like an aurora as it shot towards the monster. That chaotic being has demonized. Everyone was shocked. A carrier of chaos, who had been demonized, would completely turn into an evil spirit, never to return to their original form. Divine firmament, the sword that stole all the brilliance in the world, tore through the air, splitting everything. It also cut off a few tentacles. However, Chunzong's expression became more and more serious. Tough. The tentacles were very tough. Divine Firmament's sword could only cut off a few of them, not all of them. 3 times the mixed Yuan heart force burst out. Divine Firmament. The sword's power multiplied and became even more tyrannical. Slash. Slash. The sword light slashed out continuously, completely cutting off more than a dozen tentacles, and charged towards the monster. In the distance, everyone was even more shocked. To burst out like this, wasn't he afraid of exhausting all his strength? Or did this person have a lot of chaotic divine crystals? Was that why he dared to burst out with the power of his cultivation? Eternal Star. Tai Hao. The shadow of the stars rotated and pressed forward, directly bombarding the monster's body. Immediately, the monster's body trembled and cracks appeared. Then, the blazing and violent Tai Hao, true sun, shot through the air and burned. Screams. The evil monster kept screaming and retreating frantically, running into the darkness at an extremely fast speed. Chunzong moved and immediately chased after it. Brother Chun, don't chase after it. Wang Yi also reacted and immediately shouted. Sword Saint Wuxia also burst out with speed and quickly caught up. After a moment of silence, Wang Yi also followed. Yan Huan looked back at Wang Dong and the others, then at Wang Yi. She had no choice but to follow. These people are crazy. They actually dare to enter the core. They're dead. Should we follow them and take the opportunity to pick up their storage divine artifacts? They thought that Chun Zong and the others would only die if they entered the core of the divine prison district. They were already thinking about whether to follow them and take advantage of the situation. Wealth comes from danger. Let's go. Wang Dong gritted his teeth and said after his expression changed, "There are 7 of us. As long as we don't get too close to the core and don't face the monster directly, we should be able to protect ourselves." That's right. As long as we're careful, we'll be fine. Maybe we can even pick up 4 storage divine artifacts and get a lot of chaotic divine gems. Speaking until here, the 7 of them smiled and immediately took action. At the same time, they took out chaotic divine gems to absorb and refine, recovering the energy they consumed just now. This was to ensure that they would have enough energy to deal with any danger they encountered. Fortunately, everyone's cultivation base and strength were suppressed to 1,000th of their peak. At the same time, it also meant that they didn't need to use too many chaotic divine gems to recover the energy they consumed. If they wanted to recover their original cultivation base, they would need to consume tens of thousands or even more chaotic divine gems. Now, they only needed 1,000th of it. Tens of thousands of chaotic divine gems were only a few dozen. Chun Zong kept chasing after the monster. He didn't do it recklessly, because Chun Zong's original purpose was to enter the core of the divine prison district and look for clues. Maybe he could find something. In order to leave the divine prison district, Chun Zong thought that they should first have a sufficient understanding of the divine prison district, or to put another way, they had to unravel the secrets of the divine prison district. After listening to Wang Yi's words, Chun Zong felt that the hope of unraveling the secrets of the divine prison district might lie in the core of the divine prison district. No matter what, he had to go to the core and have a look. Leave? He had to leave the divine prison district. He couldn't be trapped here forever, because there were people he cared about outside, such as Taihao Mountain and so on. The monster's body was burning. As it went deeper and deeper, the flames on the monster's body gradually extinguished. Chapter 32-29. The names of Chapter 58 and 56 are repeated, but don't panic or be afraid, because the content is not repeated. The deeper he went into the god's prison district, the more chaotic and evil the aura became, and the dimmer the light became. Chun Zong did not stop, but he became more and more vigilant. The mixed Yuan heart force kept running in his body at a high speed, ready to burst out the most powerful attack at any time. The Taihao True Yang fire on the monster's body was extinguished, and the burned body of the monster quickly recovered as it continued to absorb the chaotic aura. Chase, 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 go deeper, go deeper. Chun Zong's speed was so fast that he did not need to worry about the consumption and recovery of his strength, making it difficult for Sword Saint Wu Sha and the others to catch up. All of a sudden, Chun Zong's rapidly moving body came to a halt. His eyes shone brightly, as if he could see through the darkness into the distance. He felt his heart palpitate slightly, as if there was something terrifying in front of him that posed a great threat to him. However, the threat was not fatal. Move! Chun Zong moved again, but not as fast as before. While moving forward, Chun Zong thought of the monster in the core of the god's prison district that Wang Yi had mentioned. When he talked about it, Wang Yi's expression changed greatly, and he felt fear from the bottom of his heart. It was speculated that the god's prison district existed to imprison such a monster. Or it could be said that it was to imprison a group of monsters, but most of the monsters were gone, and no one knew whether they had left or died. Only one monster existed in the core of the god's prison district, suppressed. Even if it was suppressed, Wang Yi and the others did not dare to approach it again. Hearsay was one thing, and Chun Zong wanted to find a way to leave this place, so he came. After rushing out of the deep darkness, Chun Zong looked ahead. There was light there, but it was not very strong, diffusing and shining in all directions. This kind of light was like moonlight or starlight. A soft light scattered in all directions, giving off a feeling of the setting sun. Chun Zong also saw that the light came from pillars. Each pillar was 10 meters thick, and the pillars were engraved with unique patterns. As the patterns crisscrossed, they constantly emitted a faint light. However, there were too many vein patterns densely covering the entire huge pillar. Even if each vein pattern was only emitting a faint light, the light emitted by so many veined patterns stacked on top of each other, making it very obvious. In the center of the huge pillars, there was only darkness. It was as if even the faint light had been cut off. The darkness was incomparably deep. Just now, Chunzong saw with his own eyes that the monster he was chasing disappeared into the darkness. The darkness was incomparably deep, like a dark abyss that could devour everything. When Chunzong stared at it, he could not help but feel a chill from the depths of his heart and body. It was like a torrent that was released in an instant, wanting to devour everything. Fear. Traces of indescribable fear filled the air, as if it could not be suppressed. This situation made Chunzong's expression change greatly. How could it be? How could it be? What kind of monster existed in the darkness? Yes, Chunzong was sure that the terrible monster that Wang he had mentioned existed in the darkness. With his extremely strong will of the divine, Chunzong resisted the attack of the fear. Withdrawing his gaze, Chunzong looked at the thick pillars again. There were as many as 9 thick pillars in front of him. On the other side, he could not see. There were probably more. Chunzong speculated based on the distance between the pillars. He speculated that there should be 18 huge pillars. The 18 pillars, each of which was 10 meters thick, formed a circle, which just happened to encircle the darkness, or rather, to imprison it. A sudden change occurred. Chunzong only felt a terrible threat erupting in an instant, attacking him. From the darkness, a shadow suddenly shot out. It was too fast, so fast that it was beyond his expectations. It was so fast that Chunzong's heart unconsciously trembled. The instinct that had been tempered by countless life and death situations broke out in an instant. Chunzong instantly drew his sword to meet the attack. He immediately felt a terrible force erupting. Unable to resist, he was directly blown back hundreds of meters away. As his chi and blood surged, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Cracks also appeared on the perfect Immortal universe body, like a porcelain that was about to break. The mixed origin heart force was consumed. The cracks on the body quickly disappeared, but they appeared again. Moreover, there was a trace of gray aura spreading from the wound, full of an astonishing evil aura. Retreat. The sword essence erupted. The mixed origin heart force erupted. Chunzong constantly resisted the gray aura that raged and invaded his body, expelling it bit by bit. It took a long time, and the mixed origin heart force in his body was almost exhausted. He could only temporarily suppress the rest of it. In his mind, there was an evil chaos that kept erupting and attacking, trying to pollute Chunzong's divine will and make Chunzong sink. Chunzong's divine was extremely tough. Together with the sword essence, he was safe for a while. However, Chunzong knew that he had to erase the evil chaotic consciousness in his mind and the evil power in his body as soon as possible. Otherwise, if it took a long time, it would have an adverse effect on him. At the same time, Sword Saint Wuxia and Wang Yi arrived, followed by Yan Huan. Seeing that Chunzong did not go deep, Wang Yi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Wang, have you seen a monster's full appearance?" Chunzong asked. Wang Yi shook his head. "The monster is imprisoned inside. It can't fully appear, but it can attack." Previously, many practitioners have been attacked by the monster imprisoned in the darkness, and then they would become monsters. Wang Yi had seen this scene with his own eyes and felt afraid. Moreover, when he stared at the darkness, an indescribable fear would constantly grow from the depths of his heart. Chunzong nodded and seemed to be lost in thought before he left. He went back first, dispelling the evil power that was temporarily suppressed in his body and the chaotic consciousness raging in his mind, and then making other plans. From the outside, it was impossible to tell what was wrong with Chunzong. Everything was normal. When Wang Dong and the others saw Chunzong and the other three from afar, their expressions changed. They immediately retreated without hesitation and quickly left. Originally, they planned to follow and see if they could take advantage of the situation. Now it seemed that there was no other way. That person's strength was extremely strong. Even if the 7 of them joined forces, they might not be a match for him. Wang Dong and the others retreated, but Chunzong did not pay attention to them. It was not the right time to fight. Wang Dong and the others did not know that they had missed a good opportunity. Otherwise, if they fought now, Chunzong would not be able to give full play to his strength, not even 30%. He was no match for them. In the cell, Chunzong constantly operated the mixed Yuan heart force to erase the evil power in his body bit by bit. At the same time, the powerful will of God drove the sword essence into a sharp sword. The sword light flashed constantly. He used the single-hearted swordsmanship to attack directly, using his mind as the center. The chaotic consciousness that invaded his mind was constantly broken. However, the evil power and the chaotic consciousness were very tenacious and terrifying. They kept resisting Chunzong. Time passed slowly. After a long time, Chunzong first completely destroyed the evil power in his body. Then, the chaotic consciousness that was raging in his mind became weaker and weaker. In the end, it shrank into a ball and kept resisting Chunzong's will of sword. With a loud boom, the chaotic will that had shrunk to its limit suddenly exploded, like the explosion of a star. Although it looked small, it could actually erupt with such a terrifying power. It was so vast and mighty that Chunzong's expression changed greatly. He felt as if his mind was being destroyed. Even the sharp sword made of sword essence was knocked away by the final explosion of the chaotic consciousness. Cracks appeared on the sword, and then it broke into pieces. Under the urging of the will of God, the broken sword essence gathered again and was smashed again. After the 3rd time, it blocked the explosion of the chaotic consciousness and completely destroyed it. Chunzong heaved a long sigh of relief. It was too dangerous. Immediately, Chunzong showed a look of surprise. His mixed element heart force seemed to be a little purer, and his will of God and sword essence seemed to have become stronger. Was it an illusion? After carefully sensing, Chunzong found that his mixed element heart force was indeed a little purer, and his will of God and sword essence were indeed a little stronger. Why was this? Was it because of the evil power and the chaotic consciousness? The evil power tried to pollute him, and the chaotic consciousness tried to invade him. The mixed element heart force fought against the evil power, and the will of God and sword essence fought against the chaotic consciousness. Unknowingly, they were sharpened and became purer and stronger. This discovery made Chunzong secretly happy. His cultivation had reached the limit of the indestructible body of the universe. It had reached a point where it was difficult to improve unless he could break through his current realm. He did not expect that he could make his mixed element heart force purer. It should be known that the purer the mixed element heart force was, the stronger the power it could burst out. Similarly, the stronger the will of God and sword essence was, the stronger it could increase his strength to a certain extent. This was another way to improve his strength. With this thought, Chunzong's eyes shone brightly. It would be very difficult to break through to the next realm, which was equivalent to the demigod realm. Chunzong had no clue now, and did not know how long it would take for him to comprehend something and break through. However, this did not mean that his strength could not be improved further. Moreover, the continuous improvement of his strength meant that his foundation was more solid, and he could dig deeper into his current potential. When the time came for him to break through, he would have greater strength. All in all, there were only advantages and no disadvantages. In this way, I can study the core secrets of the God's Prison District while using the monster's power to sharpen my mixed element heart force and sword essence to improve my strength. Chunzong made up his mind. Not only could he study the core secrets of the God's Prison District, find a way to leave the God's Prison District, but he could also sharpen his own strength and improve his strength. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, why not? As for this method, Chunzong did not tell Sword Saint Wuxia, because Sword Saint Wuxia's strength was not enough. Once he was hit by the monster, not to mention the evil power and chaotic consciousness, the power of the blow was extremely terrifying. Even with his strength, he was almost unable to react in time and was directly sent flying. With Sword Saint Wuxia's strength, he would be directly killed. Chapter 32:30. Although the God's prison district was not small, it was full of prison cells. There were tens of thousands of prison cells, and most of them were inaccessible. It was difficult to find anything interesting here. Sword Saint Wuxia focused on cultivating his swordsmanship. Chunzong, in addition to comprehending his swordsmanship, went to the core area. Every time he went, Chunzong was extremely cautious. After taking a hit from the monster in the dark, he immediately retreated as fast as he could. He returned to his cell and focused on resisting the evil power and chaotic will to hone himself. Once, twice, thrice, thrice. Every time he honed himself, Chunzong could feel that his mixed yuan heart force was getting purer and his divine will and sword were getting stronger. His overall strength was slowly improving and his understanding of swordsmanship was getting stronger. This time, it was Chunzong's 9th time coming to the core area of the God's prison district. He stared at the darkness, where even light could not penetrate, and waited for the horrible existence in the darkness to launch an attack. Chunzong's eyes narrowed, incomparably sharp. In just an instant, he vaguely caught a glimpse of a shadow shooting out from the darkness. It was extremely fast, so fast that it was beyond Chunzong's line of sight. Even with his mixed yuan heart force, it was difficult to completely capture it. However, Chunzong had experienced it 8 times before. This time, he was even stronger. He instantly drew his sword and slashed out. The sword was like an ancient star that crushed everything. The shadow was instantly shattered, and the heavenly will sword was also hit. A terrible power burst out and attacked Chunzong. His body was inevitably sent flying. However, compared to the previous times, Chunzong did not vomit blood this time. Instead, his chi and blood were shaken. The evil power and chaotic will rushed into Chunzong's body and mind, beginning to corrupt and invade Chunzong's body and divine will. They tried to make Chunzong sink into depravity and become a chaotic being, or even a strange evil demon. Chunzong suppressed the evil power and chaotic will that invaded his body first, and then quickly retreated. Please wait a moment. A hoarse voice came. It seemed that the person had not spoken for a long time, but Chunzong immediately became alert. At this moment, in order to suppress the evil power and chaotic consciousness in his body, he could only exert 50% of his strength. Of course, in a state of 50% strength, Chunzong's strength was extremely tyrannical, not to mention that he had the Titan tactics as his trump card. Even if he encountered danger, he was confident that he could escape. A figure came from the side. It didn't seem to be moving very fast, but every step it took was very fast. From the time the voice sounded to the end, the figure had already appeared dozens of meters away from Chunzong. Although the light was dim, they could still see each other clearly from dozens of meters away. It was an old man, a slovenly old man in tattered robes. If this was any other place, he might have been mistaken for an experienced beggar. However, Chunzong wouldn't treat him as an experienced beggar because this slovenly old man didn't have any strange stench. His aura was restrained and sharp, like a sword in a scabbard. Swordsman. This old man was a swordsman, Chunzong instantly judged. Moreover, Chunzong vaguely felt that the old man's aura was different from that of ordinary swordsmen. Ordinary swordsmen only had one pure aura, but this old man had more than one aura. What can I do for you? Chunzong asked with a calm expression and a steady aura. I've noticed that you've come here several times. Have you discovered something? The old man asked. Then he seemed to realize that it was inappropriate to ask a stranger like him. My name is Su Mu. 600 years ago, I arrogantly broke into the God Prison District because I thought there were great secrets and opportunities in the God Prison District. I didn't expect that I would be trapped here for 600 years. During these 600 years, I've been studying and trying to crack the secret of the God Prison District, but I haven't succeeded. Sumu. 600 years ago. Chunzong's eyes narrowed slightly. He seemed to have some impression of this name. Before entering the Maze God realm, he had bought information from the Tianji sect, which mentioned some experts who had broken into the God Prison District. Over the past 1,000 years, there had been many experts of the true sage realm who had broken into the God Prison District by accident or on their own initiative. There were at least hundreds of them, but very few people remembered them. Sumu was one of them. Could it be? You're the 100 Swords Celestial who was ranked second on the real chaotic list 600 years ago? Chunzong asked. I was indeed called 100 Swords Celestial back then. The old man nodded and admitted. 100 Swords Celestial. He had been a peerless expert ranked second on the real chaotic list, which was equivalent to the 5 ultimate Sword Celestial. He was very strong. Of course, there was definitely a difference between the real chaotic list from 600 years ago and the real chaotic list now. After all, the chaotic universe only had a history of more than 1,000 years. 600 years ago, the chaotic universe only had a history of 400 or 500 years. Experts were different in all aspects. But no matter what, being able to be listed on the real chaotic board meant that he was not simple in all aspects. His cultivation must have reached the peak of the exceptional true saint realm. Moreover, 600 years had passed. Although Sword God Su Mu's cultivation had not improved much in the Divine Prison District, he must have made significant progress in Sword Principle. Su Mu's current strength could not be ranked second on the real chaotic list in the outside world, but it was definitely not a problem for him to be ranked in the top 10. Chunzong could feel that 100 Sword Celestial was very strong, perhaps not inferior to him. My name is Chunzong. Chunzong also reported his name. I just entered the God Prison District not long ago. As for the secret of the God Prison District, I haven't found anything yet, but I feel that it has something to do with the core. Maybe I can find relevant clues if I crack the core secret. Yes, I think so too. 100 Swords Celestial immediately smiled. Your Excellency Chunzong, why don't you come to my place and we can have a good talk? Or I can go to your place. Come with me, Chunzong said after thinking for a while. No matter what, he had to leave this place. But now, he obviously lacked enough information. Su Mu had been here for 600 years. If he had been studying the secrets of this place, as he had said, he might have found something. In this way, if he could get those secrets, he could crack the secret of this place better and faster. Maybe he could find a way to leave this place. 100 Swords Celestial smiled and immediately followed Chunzong to the cell of Sword Saint Wuxia. Chunzong didn't go to 100 Sword Celestial's place because his purpose was to find Sword Saint Wuxia. Of course, if he found anything, he would study it together. Secondly, he was using his strength to suppress the evil power and chaotic will, so he couldn't fully exert it for the time being. He had to be more cautious. Now, Chunzong was no longer here. He needed to focus on crushing the evil power and chaotic will. He could be distracted and talk with 100 Swords Celestial while honing himself with the evil power and chaotic will. When Wang, Yi, and Yin Huan heard about 100 Swords Celestial's fame, they were shocked. 100 Swords Celestial had been in the God Prison District for much longer than them. He was very low-key and rarely communicated with others. Therefore, not many people in the God Prison District knew about 100 Swords Celestial. At least Wang, Yi, and Yin Huan, who had been here for less than 100 years, didn't know about him. Your Excellency Chunzong must also be on the real chaos list, 100 Swords Celestial said with a smile. He could vaguely feel that Chunzong was not weak. Chunzong nodded, but didn't elaborate because it was useless. Your Excellency 100 Swords Celestial, can you tell me what you found in the past 600 years? Chunzong went straight to the point. There was no need for anything else. I think you know the general information by now. 100 Swords Celestial said slowly. However, you haven't seen the monster imprisoned in the core darkness, right? Your Excellency 100 Swords Celestial, have you seen the full appearance of the monster? Zhong couldn't help but ask with some curiosity. I've seen it once. 100-Sword Celestial's tone was extremely solemn, but Zhong could hear a hint of hidden fear in his extremely solemn tone. It's very terrifying. The body is at least 10,000 meters long. It's completely black, as if it was formed by countless strands of hair. When it's thin, it's as thin as hair. When it's condensed, it's like a demonic dragon dancing in the sky. After 100-Sword Celestial described it, the monster's image suddenly became clear and three-dimensional in the minds of Zhong and the others. It was like a monster formed by countless strands of black hair. It could shrink to the size of a human head or grow to 10,000 meters long. The black hair was like tentacles. It could be alone or together. It could be as big as it wanted. When it was big, it could wreak havoc like a demonic dragon. That is to say, I was injured by some hair before. No. It's not hair. It just looks like hair. That time, it was 300 years ago. It was initiated by Mad Fighting Celestial, the peerless expert who ranked first on the real chaotic list, who accidentally broke into this place 800 years ago. We led a dozen experts in an attempt to break the darkness and release the monster imprisoned inside. 100-Sword Celestial said in an extremely solemn tone. This was proposed by Mad Fighting Celestial. He was the strongest. Almost everyone was forced by him. His purpose was to release the monster and use it to break the God Prison District and leave this place. Zhong and the others were stunned. Then they changed their minds. Under certain circumstances, it seemed that they could try it. Mad Fighting Celestial was extremely powerful. More than a dozen people joined forces and forced the monster to exert its full strength. In an instant, the darkness was devoured. Except for me and Mad Fighting Celestial, everyone else was devoured. 100-Swords Celestial seemed to recall the situation of that year. His face showed a touch of fear again. I had a way to save my life, so I survived. However, Mad Fighting Celestial was seriously injured. He was attacked by evil forces and chaotic wills. After resisting for a few decades, he became a chaotic one. After another few decades, he turned into a monster. After killing a lot of people, he threw himself into the darkness. Then, he burned everything he had and rushed out. He gave me a fragment and told me that if I could figure out the secret of the fragment, there was hope for me to leave the God Prison District. Zhong immediately frowned. What 100-Swords Celestial said revealed a lot of information. Zhong's mind turned quickly. He sorted out all the information like lightning. Chapter 32-31. Fragment. Emperor Berserker had been contaminated and turned into a chaotic one. He had fought against the evil power and chaotic consciousness for decades. Eventually, he was defeated, so he turned into an evil spirit and entered the darkness. Later, he came out of the darkness and burned everything he had to give a fragment to Emperor Swords. At that time, Emperor Berserker had told Emperor Swords that if he studied the secret contained in the fragment, he might be able to crack it and find a way to leave the God Prison District. After that, Emperor Berserker had burned into ashes. It was speculated that Emperor Berserker had regained some of his senses after entering the darkness. He fought against the chaotic evil further and burned everything he had to send the fragment out. Then, he was completely burned into ashes. However, Emperor Swords had studied the fragment for hundreds of years, but still failed to find out anything. Now, after observing Zhong several times, Emperor Swords took the initiative to approach Zhong to crack the secret of the God Prison District. Stay here. No, Emperor Swords didn't think so. He also wanted to leave because his cultivation couldn't be improved here. His sword principle had reached a bottleneck and a limit. It was very difficult to improve here. In addition, the monster in the core darkness of the Divine Prison District was extremely terrifying. Although it was imprisoned, it had broken the seal for a short period of time. Last time, it had killed more than a dozen experts. Even the extremely powerful Divine Emperor Mad Fighting was not spared. He had survived because he had a secret treasure that could replace his death. However, there was only one secret treasure. If the monster broke the seal again, how could he resist it? Death was the final destination. Who would want to die if they could live? Now, Emperor Swords took out the fragment. It was a dark, golden fragment about the size of a palm. Its shape was irregular, and it was covered with fine vein patterns. "Can I have a look?" Chunzong asked. Emperor Swords handed the fragment to Chunzong without hesitation. Chunzong took it and looked at it carefully. At first glance, Chunzong was surprised. Archaic language, the tiny lines recorded on this fragment were actually characters. They were very ancient and mysterious characters. It was the ancient god language that Chunzong had learned before. For a moment, Chunzong's heart was in turmoil. Archaic language in the ruins of the giant universe. The giant god battle technique of the giant tribe was related to the ancient god language. Chunzong was able to see through it because he had mastered the ancient god language. Previously, Chunzong only knew a little about the ancient god language, so it was too difficult to learn and comprehend. At that time, through the research of the Titan battle tactics and mutual verification, Chunzong not only saw through the mystery of the Titan battle tactics, but also mastered more of the ancient god language. However, compared to the entire ancient god language, it was only a small part. However, the densely packed words on the fragment were all in the ancient god language. It was not the kind of giant god battle technique, but the real ancient god language. Where did the ancient god language come from? Chunzong was very curious. He had also explored it, but he did not find anything. He only vaguely felt that the ancient god language might have been passed down from a prehistoric universe, but he did not know which prehistoric universe it was. So far, the exploration of the prehistoric universe had not been so complete. Now, he might be able to find out some secrets from this fragment. Here comes the secret. Chunzong suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at it attentively. The sword's god did not make a sound. After the others took a closer look, they found that it was a mass of twisted and strange lines that they could not understand at all. They gave up one after another. Chunzong looked at it word by word. He looked at it very slowly because he had to compare it with the ancient god language that he had learned in a hurry in the past and slowly study its meaning. Every word in the ancient god language was very complicated. Every stroke implied many mysteries. Even if Chunzong had some foundation, he had to spend a lot of time and energy to slowly study it to understand it. Time passed slowly. Chunzong deciphered the ancient god language on the fragment one by one. The more he deciphered, the more surprised Chunzong was. After a long time, Chunzong rubbed his forehead. He felt that it was a little swollen and a little painful. "Did you find anything?" the sword's god immediately asked with some hope in his eyes. He had studied the fragment for hundreds of years, but he had not been able to find anything. This was also because the sword's god had never learned the ancient god language and had no foundation. He could not find anything. If he had the foundation of the ancient god language, he would have studied it for hundreds of years. Maybe he would have found the secret of this place. The Divine Prison District was created by the ancient god clan in the first universe. Chunzong said in a serious tone. The first universe. The ancient god clan. The sword's god and the others were confused. They had never heard of it. The primeval universe should be the earliest primeval universe, Chunzong explained. When everyone heard this, they immediately understood and were shocked. The first prehistoric universe. The first universe. So that was what it meant. The earliest universe era was the first universe. The ancient god clan was the living creatures in the first universe. Therefore, the first universe had another name, Ancient God Universe. Using the two words ancient god to name it made people feel that it was very unusual. The first universe's ancient god clan. When Chunzong deciphered the dense ancient god language on the fragment, the information he got shocked Chunzong. The information on the fragment was quite complete, compared to the Divine Prison District. The Divine Prison District was created by the ancient god clan in the first universe. The purpose of the ancient god clan was to imprison the primitive evil god. The information recorded on the fragment mentioned that the primitive evil god was a monster born from the convergence of various negative beliefs of the ancient god clan in the first universe. It was the combination of all negative beliefs. It appeared to destroy the ancient god universe. When the primitive evil god was born, it was not very strong. It was no match for the ancient god clan. The problem was that the primitive evil god could not be killed. Primitive evil god couldn't be killed. No matter what they did, it would be useless. As long as there were evil thoughts, primitive evil god would be immortal. Primitive evil god couldn't be killed. As time passed, primitive evil god became stronger and stronger. Some ancient god clan members were contaminated and turned into evil gods. The purpose of opening the god's prison district was to imprison the first-generation evil gods. As for the second-generation evil gods that had been contaminated by the first-generation evil gods, they were no match for the ancient god clan. They could be killed without imprisonment. However, the ultimate purpose of the divine prison district was to imprison the primitive evil god. Only by imprisoning the primitive evil god could the divine prison district be truly safe. The ancient god clan and the primitive evil god fought for a long time. In the end, the primitive evil god was imprisoned in the core of the divine prison district after paying a huge price. The primitive evil god was suppressed and could not escape. However, the king of the ancient god clan also fell in that battle. The ancient god clan's universe began to decline. In the end, it died out and was replaced by a new universe. In other words, the primitive evil god was imprisoned in the darkness of the 18 huge pillars in the core of the divine prison district. The primitive evil god was imprisoned in the tens of thousands of prison cells. When Chunzong said such a secret, it immediately caused a great shock. It hit everyone's head hard and made them feel dizzy. They did not expect to know such a secret. It was really shocking. In the past, the ancient god tribe had been guarding the divine prison district. However, with the collapse of the original universe, the ancient god universe era had come to an end. The ancient god tribe had also disappeared. However, before they disappeared, they had tried their best to destroy the first-generation evil god. The first-generation evil god was not easy to kill, but he was not unkillable like the primitive evil god. The primitive evil god was imprisoned in the prison cells in the divine prison district so that they could slowly kill the first-generation evil god. The divine prison district had existed for countless years and epochs. It had evolved into the maze god realm and existed in the chaotic universe. This fragment was left behind by the ancient god clan before they disappeared. They seemed to have the foresight to leave behind this fragment to record information. They hoped that other life forms would be able to see it if there were other life forms. However, Chunzong did not see how to leave the divine prison district from the fragment. To put it simply, there was no record of how to leave the divine prison district on the fragment. Therefore, although they knew the secret, it would not be of much help to leave the divine prison district. Chunzong frowned and pondered. Swords God Emperor could not hide his disappointment. After studying the fragment for hundreds of years, they finally knew the information recorded on it. They knew many secrets and even solved the mystery of the universe epic. The original universe, the ancient god universe epic. This was the pre-ancient universe that the current chaotic universe did not know about. If they left the divine prison district, they could sell this information to the Tianji sect and make a fortune. However, the key was to leave. How to leave? There was no mention of it on the fragment. Maybe the hope of leaving lies in the core of the divine prison district, Chunzong said. Swords God Emperor had burned himself to escape from the darkness and sent this fragment. He probably knew something, but he did not know everything. However, it was possible that the darkness in the core area was the hope of leaving the divine prison district. However, primitive evil god was in the darkness. Once someone entered it, they would be like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. It was no different from seeking death. Primitive evil god had been severely injured and imprisoned by the ancient god clan, and his strength was not as strong as before. However, his remaining strength was still very terrifying. Swords God Emperor and the others had experienced it. Chunzong had also experienced it. Primitive evil god had not shown up yet, but Chunzong could not resist the tentacles that shot out from the darkness. He was sent flying and injured. How amazing was that? Even the top expert on the real chaotic ranking list could not injure Chinzong with one blow, even when he was suppressed and weakened by the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars. Demigod level? Probably not. If primitive evil god was at the demigod level, he might have been killed by that blow. However, primitive evil god, who had escaped the suppression of the evil-suppressing god pillars, was definitely at the demigod level. He was definitely not a match for such strength. Chapter 32:32. Chinzong knew the secret of the God Prison District, but could not find a way to leave. However, he did not give up. Chinzong borrowed the fragment from Sword Sage and studied it from time to time to learn the ancient God language, so that he could further understand the mystery of the ancient God language. Chinzong always had a feeling that the ancient God language would be of great use to him. Perhaps it would be his hope to go further. At least, it was very useful. He studied it from time to time and went to the core of the God Prison District to take a blow from primitive evil God to resist the evil power and chaotic willpower that invaded his body. In the spacious cell, two sword essences soared to the sky as if they were going to break the roof of the cell. It was extremely terrifying. To be exact, it was not two sword essences. One of them was extremely pure, while the other seemed to be the combination of many sword essences. The sword essences contained various auras, such as sharpness, fierceness, overbearingness, coldness. Every single strand of sword intent was different and contained their own profundities. One of them was Chinzong, and the other was Sword Sage. One was a peerless expert on the real chaotic list many years ago, and the other was a peerless expert on the real chaotic list now. Moreover, they were both sword practitioners. Before Chinzong came, Sword Sage was the second strongest, and Mad Fighting Sage was the strongest. But now, Mad Fighting Sage had disappeared. Sword Sage was quite lonely in terms of strength. It should be known that Swords God's strength came from countless battles. However, he had been silent for hundreds of years in this place. The feeling of loneliness was simply indescribable. Now, there was finally an expert, a sword practitioner expert. Fight! Chinzong was naturally very happy to fight with a sword practitioner like Sword Sage. Moreover, Chinzong was very interested in Sword Sage's sword principle. Then, he would personally experience an actual combat. In the corner of the spacious cell, Sword Saint Wu Sha and Wang Yi were both watching. It was an honor to witness a fight between experts. Fortunately, in this place, everyone's strength was limited to 1,000th of their original strength. Therefore, the damage they could cause was far less than in the outside world. In addition, this prison cell was originally built to imprison the first evil god, so it was extremely sturdy. It was not something that Chinzong and the others could destroy, not to mention them. Even if the top expert on the Primal Chaos Real ranking were to enter, he wouldn't be able to cause any damage. My sword technique is called the 100 Sword Technique. My sword Dao is called the 100 Sword Dao. The 100 Swords God's voice rang out with an indescribable excitement that came from the bottom of his heart. His sword essence fluctuated along with it. My swordsmanship is the wholehearted swordsmanship. My swordsmanship is the wholehearted swordsmanship, Chinzong said unhurriedly. Every word seemed to contain an indescribable rhythm. Then take my sword first. The moment the 100 Swords God's voice fell, a sword light suddenly appeared around him. It was a sharp sword that constantly emitted a dazzling light and a chilling sword essence. As soon as the chilling sword light appeared, it immediately burst out with an amazing speed. It instantly streaked across the dark prison cell and flew towards Chinzong like an arrow. Chinzong was secretly shocked by the speed of the sword. It should be known that the 100 Swords God's strength was limited to 1,000th of their original strength, but they could still be so fast. The 100 Swords God sword was extremely fast, but Chinzong's reaction was not slow at all. The Will Heavenly Sword was unsheathed in an instant. The moment he unsheathed the sword, it brought out a dazzling light and directly struck out to block the 100 Swords God sword attack. The moment the two swords collided, a pleasant sound burst out and starlight sputtered in all directions like fire. The moment the two swords collapsed, the 100 Swords God's sword light suddenly drew an arc and stabbed from the other side. However, it was still blocked by Chunzong's sword. The 100 Swords God did not move his body nor his hands. Only his eyes were fixed on the sword light. He used his divine will to control the sword light to perform swordsmanship. The swordsmanship was simple and direct, but it was very efficient. It directly abandoned all unnecessary movements and only focused on fighting and killing the enemy. This was the conclusion that the 100 Swords God had drawn from many battles and painstakingly honed for hundreds of years in the Divine Prison District. However, this alone could not do anything to Chunzong. No matter how he attacked, he was blocked by Chunzong's sword. There seemed to be a flash of light in the 100 Swords God's eyes. In an instant, 9 sword lights appeared around him. Within each sword light was a sharp sword, and each sword emitted a different sword essence fluctuation. Fierce, violent, sharp, cold, and so on were different. The 9 sword lights were also controlled by the divine will of the 100 Swords God. They instantly broke through the air and shot toward Chunzong like arrows leaving the bowstring. They were as fast as the first sword light. Moreover, they drew different trajectories and blasted toward Chunzong from different directions. The fierce sword light attacked from the front. The violent sword light fell from the sky. The sharp sword light came from the side, and the cold sword light came from the side. 10 sword lights. 10 completely different sword lights with different sword essences and different sword essences came from 10 different directions. At that moment, Chunzong felt as if 10 invisible, peerless swordsmen were performing unique swordsmanship of different styles to besiege him. The pressure increased a lot in an instant. However, Chunzong's expression did not change. With the heavenly will sword in hand, he performed the wholehearted swordsmanship, and all the mysteries emerged. The sword light of the 100 Swords God was indeed powerful, but that was all. It might be enough to suppress experts like Sword Saint Wu Sha, but it was nothing for Chunzong. He could easily resist it. Now, there were 10 streaks of sword light that attacked at the same time. It was as if 10 invisible swordsmen had attacked at the same time. Chunzong immediately displayed even more strength. One sword seemed to have split into 10 swords, blocking the 10 streaks of sword light. With one sword in hand, the sword turned into the origin. It was impenetrable. No matter how the 100 Swords God controlled the 10 sword lights to perform swordsmanship, he still could not break the defense of Chunzong's sword. Every sword light of the 100 Swords God performed a swordsmanship, and each of them was very exquisite and profound. Not enough. Chunzong's voice penetrated the sword light and sounded in the cell. Then take a look at my 100 Swords art. The 100 Swords God's voice also sounded. Immediately, sword lights appeared around him. Each sword light contained a sharp sword, and each sword was filled with sword essence and aura fluctuations that were different from the previous 10 sword lights. 10, 20, 30, 40, 90, including the previous 10. There were a total of 100 sharp swords and 100 sword lights. Kill. Hundreds of sword lights instantly rushed toward Chunzong. They were arranged in all directions, like cavalry charging in a marching formation. The sword momentum was amazing. It was extremely powerful, as if it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. It was as if it could break everything. This attack immediately caused Chunzong's expression to turn solemn. It was as if over 100 peerless swordsmen were attacking him at the same time. The sword intent and strength contained in each sword was different, but when they were arranged, they did not conflict with each other. Immediately, Chunzong showed a smile, a carefree smile. The 100 Swords God was a good opponent. Sword light flashed, and sword will fill the air. It surged endlessly in the cell as if it had cut through all the darkness. A sword slashed through the air, slashing out a dazzling sword light. It was like a layer of white waves that rushed out. The white wave-like sword light collided with the astonishing sword light that could topple mountains and overturn seas, emitting terrifying sounds. In the next moment, The hundreds of sword lights seemed to have been scattered, but they suddenly changed and turned into a sword light dragon. It vaguely seemed to let out an astonishing dragon roar. It rose into the air and instantly shattered the remaining sword light of Chunzong. It carried an unparalleled sword power and bombarded again. The space in the cell seemed to be shaking, and countless ripples spread out. Chunzong's expression did not change, but his eyes became brighter. In an instant, the sword light burst out, and a sword flew across the sky. The sword and the sword connected, and the power of the sword was more powerful than the previous one. It became more and more powerful and amazing. Every beam of sword light accurately struck the sword dragon's body, causing it to fluctuate and show signs of collapsing. Under the exquisite single-mind swordsmanship, the sword light dragon was hit dozens of times in a row and suddenly collapsed. Chunzong's figure flashed, and he became one with his sword. He approached the 100 Swords God in an instant. The 100 Swords art of the 100 Swords God was a kind of sword control technique, which allowed him to control 100 sharp swords to attack others from a distance. Did this mean that the 100 Swords God was not good at close combat? Chunzong was best at close combat. Just now, he wanted to test the swordsmanship of the 100 Swords God. Now it was time for him to fight back. The sword light traversed the void and approached Celestial Swords directly. However, Celestial Swords' reaction speed was extremely fast. The collapsed sword light dragon immediately turned into 100 sword lights and flew back to Chunzong. They immediately surrounded Chunzong from the front and back. Chunzong fell into the encirclement. Chunzong waved his sword, broke the sword lights, and kept approaching. The prison was very big, but in fact it was not very big. At first, Chunzong and the 100 Swords God were only a few thousand meters apart. Such a distance could be crossed quickly even if the speed was limited to 1,000th of the speed. But now, the distance of 1,000 meters became so difficult to cross because the 100 Swords God controlled 100 sword lights and performed wonderful swordsmanship. Each swordsmanship was so exquisite that different swordsmanships could even cooperate with each other to burst out more powerful power. They approached Chunzong, but Chunzong broke the sword light in an instant and moved forward again. The distance of 1,000 meters was as difficult to cross as that of 100,000 meters or even 1,000,000 meters. The clash of the two's sword lights looked extremely intense. Sword Saint Wuxia and Wang, you were both shocked and intoxicated by it. This was the battle between experts. It was extraordinary. The 33 moves of the single heart swordsmanship broke out continuously and turned into a torrent of sword light. The torrent of sword light smashed everything. Chunzong's body was integrated into the sword light, and he was invincible. He was approaching. Finally, he crossed the last distance and attacked the 100 Swords God with his sword. The 100 Swords God's expression suddenly changed. He quickly retreated to distance himself, and 100 sword lights came back. Chapter 32-33. Sword light converged. 10 sword lights quickly converged. In the end, the 100 sword lights turned into 10 sword lights. It seemed that the number had decreased, but the power contained in each sword light had increased several times. Chunzong's expression suddenly changed. This kind of swordsmanship was interesting. First, it turned from 1 to 10, then to 100, and then from 100 to 1. Then, would it turn into 1? Break out. Chunzong really broke out the single-hearted swordsmanship to the extreme. The sword lights split and attacked the 10 sword lights. When they collided, he immediately felt that the sword power contained in the 10 sword lights had increased several times. Fight, fight, fight. In the end, the two sides stopped in a draw. It was just a competition, not a life-and-death battle. In a place like the Divine Prison District, it was not suitable to use unique skills. It was true that the unique skills were more powerful, but at the same time, they consumed more energy. Chunzong did not care. The mixed Yuan heart force did not recover quickly, and he did not need to rely on external forces. He could rely on himself, but Sword's God could not. After so many years, his chaotic divine crystals had long been depleted. If it wasn't for Chunzong's gift this time, he wouldn't have wanted to spar with Chunzong at all. Even if it was a spar, it would be considered spar. The 100 Sword Art. Chunzong secretly recalled the battle just now. The 100 Sword Art of Sword's God was indeed unique. 100 swordsmanships with different styles were very exquisite. Each swordsmanship had amazing power. When they fought, Chunzong also saw more secrets of swordsmanship. This battle benefited Chunzong a lot. In particular, the superb swordsmanship that turned 100 swords into 10 swords gave Chunzong a lot of inspiration. Chunzong felt that as long as he understood it, the single-hearted swordsmanship could be improved again. As for 10 swords returning to 1, Sword's Immortal also said that he did have it, but he hadn't fully comprehended it yet. During the hundreds of years of being trapped in the God Prison District, Sword's Immortal had only fully comprehended the 100 swords transforming to 10 swords. The 10 swords returning to 1 sword was too superb and not easy to master. Chunzong immediately understood that the 100 Swords Monarch did not have the Heart Sutra. If he knew the Heart Sutra, then it would not take him hundreds of years to transform 100 swords into 10 swords. It might only take him 1/10 of the time, or even less. As for returning 10 swords to 1 sword, he might have already mastered it. To be honest, Chunzong was very interested in the 100 Swords Art, which was different from his single-hearted swordsmanship. The single-hearted swordsmanship was a sword art for close combat, while the 100 Swords Art was a sword art unique to the 100 Swords Art. If he could master the 100 Swords Art, with the help of the single-hearted swordsmanship for close combat, he would be able to master more powerful strength. However, the 100 Swords Art was the unique sword art of the 100 Swords Immortal, just like the single-hearted swordsmanship was his unique sword art. Of course, if the 100 Swords Immortal was interested, Chunzong wouldn't mind teaching him the single-hearted swordsmanship. He just didn't know if the 100 Swords Immortal was willing to teach him. Maybe he could ask. Thinking of this, Chunzong went to find the 100 Swords Immortal. He didn't beat around the bush, but directly asked if the 100 Swords Immortal was willing to further exchange their unique sword arts. Since you're interested, let's do it. The 100 Swords Immortal was stunned at first, but then he smiled. The 100 Swords Art was indeed his unique sword art, but it didn't mean that it couldn't be taught to others. However, there was a way for him to teach others. The first way was to find a suitable successor and accept him as his disciple to pass down the sword art. However, Chunzong wouldn't accept him as his master, and the 100 Swords Immortal didn't dare to accept Chunzong as his disciple. After all, Chunzong's sword art was extremely powerful, not inferior to his. Then, it was an exchange. To go one step further, there was another meaning behind it, which was an exchange. It was just that it wasn't as deep and detailed. The 100 Swords Art, the single-hearted swordsmanship. A collision on a different level would let the other party know the essence of each sword art. Chunzong didn't mind the 100 Swords Immortal learning the single-hearted swordsmanship, and the 100 Swords Immortal was the same. However, it wasn't easy to learn the other party's swordsmanship. After all, the swordsmanship wasn't an ordinary swordsmanship. It could be considered a supreme swordsmanship. The main thing was that there were prerequisites to learn these two swordsmanships. For example, Chunzong's single-hearted swordsmanship was created by Chunzong's single-hearted sutra and the secret of thousands of sword arts. The 100 Swords Immortal's 100 Swords art required a unique control of the divine intent. It wasn't a simple control of the divine intent, but at least 100 of them. The control of the divine intent was the supreme inheritance that the 100 Swords Immortal had obtained by chance when he was young. There were very few people in the entire chaotic universe who could possess it. Even if there were, they wouldn't be as profound as the 100 Swords Immortal who could master such a superb sword art. Talent, ability, opportunity, luck, and so on were indispensable. Chunzong didn't intend to impart the single-hearted sutra to the 100 Swords Immortal for the time being. Similarly, The 100 Swords Immortal didn't intend to impart the skill of the divine intent because it was fundamental. After some communication, both the 100 Swords Immortal and Chunzong were surprised by each other's swordsmanship. It was indeed superb, but they were different. My friend Chun, your single-hearted swordsmanship is superb. I've never seen such uniqueness in my life. The 100 Swords Immortal sighed and said with admiration, if I can understand part of the mystery, maybe my 100 Swords art can reach the supreme level of the 5th level and be completely unified. Brother Su, your 100 Swords art is marvelous and will be of great help to me. Chunzong also smiled and said, my single-hearted swordsmanship can absorb the mystery of all swordsmanship and integrate it. Besides, I may be able to master the 100 Swords art. Oh! The 100 Swords Immortal raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, if you can master the 100 Swords art, then it's your ability. Then I don't have to worry about the 100 Swords art being lost in my hands. It was obvious that the 100 Swords Immortal was just surprised and didn't have any other thoughts. Even if Chunzong mastered the 100 Swords art, he wouldn't feel unhappy. On the contrary, he sounded relieved. Now, even if he wanted to find a successor, he didn't know where to find one. However, he didn't want to impart his unique swordsmanship casually. After the exchange, they both gained something. It was an exchange. If Chunzong could master the 100 Swords art from the exchange, it would be a good thing. At least the 100 Swords art would be passed down. Even if he died here, he would have no regrets. The reason why Chunzong said so was because he was confident that he could master the 100 Swords art. Although he didn't master the skill of the divine intent, the single-hearted swordsmanship had a similar ability. It would be more intuitive if he could master it later. In the following days, Chunzong continued to study the fragment while comprehending the single-hearted swordsmanship and the 100 Swords art. Being in the origin realm allowed Chunzong to divide his attention and study without interfering with each other. The 100 Swords Immortal didn't have the same ability as Chunzong. His skill of the divine intent division was indeed excellent, but he couldn't multitask like the single-hearted swordsmanship. At most, he could multitask, and the effect wasn't as good as the single-hearted swordsmanship. From time to time, Chunzong would go to the core of the god's prison district to test things out. Every time, he would keep enough distance to withstand a blow from primitive evil god and immediately retreat. He used the evil power and chaotic will to hone himself, making the origin heart force purer and the divine intent and sword essence more tenacious. His overall strength was also improving little by little. During this time, Chunzong gradually met other people who had entered the god's prison district earlier than him and were still alive. As for the others, they had either become chaotic beings, could no longer suppress themselves, and turned into evil spirits. Or, it should be said that they were from an unknown generation of evil gods. They had entered the darkness and never appeared again. Chunzong guessed that those unknown generations of evil gods had entered the darkness and were probably devoured by primitive evil god. What was the use of primitive evil god devouring the descendants of evil gods? Chunzong speculated that it might be able to recover its strength. In other words, the more descendants of evil gods it devoured, the more primitive evil god would continue to recover. Perhaps it could really break out of the seal. After figuring this out, Chunzong couldn't help but feel a little anxious. If primitive evil god broke out of the seal, who in the god's prison district could resist it? No one. The 100 Swords Immortal couldn't, and neither could he. Here, the flow of time seemed to be very subtle, and it was easy to become numb. Chunzong didn't know exactly how much time had passed. He could only vaguely feel it. Chunzong once again wiped out the evil power and chaotic will that had invaded his body. However, the purity of his mixed Yuan heart force and the toughness of his sword essence didn't seem to have improved. It was almost undetectable. Have I reached my limit? Chunzong couldn't help thinking. There was a limit to everything. The first time, the contamination of the evil power and chaotic will have the most obvious effect on him. The second time was also very obvious. After that, it weakened bit by bit. Until now, after dozens of times, there was almost no effect. It didn't work because Chunzong's mixed Yuan heart force was pure enough, and his divine intent and sword intent had become stronger. On the other hand, the power contained in primordial evil god's attack didn't increase. If he wanted to further hone his mixed yuan heart force and sword intent, he would have to withstand even stronger evil energy and chaotic intent. However, Chunzong was a bit hesitant. If he wanted to withstand a stronger evil power and chaotic will, he had to get closer. However, he couldn't be sure what the attack of primitive evil god would be like. It might even break out of the seal. Once it did, it wouldn't be a good thing for him. Everyone would be killed. No, they would be contaminated by primitive evil god and become the next evil god. They might even be devoured and become a part of it. While pondering, Chunzong had also mastered the 100 Swords art. However, the 100 Swords art that Chunzong had mastered was different from the 100 Swords art of Swords God. Although Chunzong's 100 Swords art could also control 100 swords, the swordsmanship performed by each sword was wholehearted swordsmanship. Wholehearted swordsmanship contained the mysteries of thousands of swordsmanships and could change at will. Chunzong was the only one in the cell. 100 beams of sword light hovered around him. Every beam of sword light contained a sharp sword that emanated powerful and pure sword will. Unfortunately, all 100 swords were sacred weapons. If they were all sacred weapons of the primal chaos, their power would be even more powerful. Chapter 32-34. In the cell, 100 beams of sword light floated around Chunzong. Chunzong also held a sword in his hand. It was the Heavenly Will Sword, one top chaotic saint weapon and 100 saint weapon longswords. With Chunzong's wealth, it was not difficult for him to forge 100 saint weapon longswords. Moreover, they were all identical, which was more suitable for his 100 swords art. Chunzong could forge saint weapon longswords, but he could not forge chaotic saint weapons. His level of sword forging was far from enough. Under the control of the Heart Sutra, the 100 swords were completely under his control. It was as if there were 100 Chunzong controlling them. With a thought, the 100 beams of sword light immediately lined up. They were like elite soldiers marching in an orderly manner. They instantly pierced through the air and pushed forward. The speed of the swords was not very fast, but there was a sense of sternness. It was as if everything in front of it was locked down. It was impossible to dodge or resist. Change. Under Chunzong's control, the 100 beams of sword light constantly changed. It was like the changes of an army. Sometimes it was a square formation, sometimes it was a crescent formation, and sometimes it was a flood dragon formation. There were so many changes that he could do as he wished. Every change had its own mysteries. The 100 beams of sword light then dispersed, each performing the Heart Sutra. The Heart Sutra performed by each beam of sword light was very powerful. It was not inferior to Chunzong's own. However, the consumption of mixed yuan heart force was astonishing. The recovery speed could not keep up with the consumption speed. Even if Chunzong tried his best to control the rhythm, it was useless. That was 100 times the consumption speed. Unless the consumption speed of mixed yuan heart force could be increased by 100 times. Immediately after, the 100 sword lights condensed into 10, each of them emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Then, Chunzong's expression was extremely solemn. As his eyes shone brightly, the 10 sword lights that were even more dazzling approached each other and fused together. In the end, the 100 sword lights merged into one. That sword light was 3 meters long and as wide as a palm. The light it emitted was as bright as the sun, shining in all directions and dispelling all the darkness. An earth-shattering sword intent lingered and surged within it. Chunzong's face turned slightly pale. The 5th level of the 100 Swords art was the unification of 100 swords. Chunzong had already mastered this move, and it was easier for him to master it than the 100 Swords God. The power contained in this sword light shocked Chunzong. With a single thought, the sword light tore through the air. Its speed was actually more than twice as fast as the final strike of the single-hearted sword technique when he used the Heavenly Will Sword. After hitting the wall seemed to tremble slightly and let out a muffled sound. Then, the sword light shattered, and Chunzong immediately saw a sword mark on the wall. It was a clear sword mark, so strong, Chunzong could not help but be shocked. The power of this strike was at least twice as strong as the 33rd strike of the single-hearted sword technique. If he used this strike to activate his ultimate move, its power would skyrocket. It would be even stronger than when he used the Heavenly Will Sword. If those 100 swords were all replaced with chaotic divine weapons. Chunzong thought for a moment and smiled. The power of chaotic divine weapons could not be compared to divine weapons. They were on two completely different levels. If all 100 swords were replaced with chaotic divine weapons, the power of the 100 Swords art would skyrocket. If all 100 swords were replaced with top chaotic divine weapons, the power of the 100 Swords art would skyrocket. He could not think too much about it. Not to mention top chaotic divine weapons. Chunzong might not even be able to gather 100 chaotic divine weapons. Even if he could, he did not know how much he would have to pay to do so. A chaotic divine weapon longsword was worth at least hundreds of thousands of chaotic divine gems. It was the entire fortune of an ordinary true saint. He might not even have it. 100 chaotic divine weapon longswords would be worth tens of millions of chaotic divine gems. Moreover, it would be best if they were the same type of chaotic divine weapon. The effect of the 100 Swords art would be better. He dare not think too much about it. He had to find a way to leave the divine prison district first. The 100 longswords returned and were stored in Chunzong's storage divine weapon. His mixed origin heart force began to recover rapidly. Chunzong took out the fragment and studied it carefully. Since the training in the core area had failed, Chunzong had not gone there again. He studied the fragment and comprehended the sword principle every day. Time passed slowly. This time, Chunzong continued to comprehend the fragment. He had learned the ancient divine language, and his mastery of the language had reached a certain level. As he was comprehending, Chunzong suddenly realized something. Or rather, a strange idea suddenly came to his mind. Refine the fragment as if it was a treasure. Previously, Chunzong did not have such an idea. But now, after fully mastering the ancient divine language on the fragment, the idea came to his mind. It was like a reminder. After the thought flashed through his mind, Chunzong immediately refined it. He refined it with his mixed origin heart force. Chunzong found that he could not refine it. His mixed origin heart force could not penetrate into the fragment. He could not refine it. Why did he get a reminder to refine it? If it were other forces, such as the giant god power and the giant god core. After many years, the giant god power and the giant god core had been stored to the point of overflowing. Chunzong had not used the giant god battle method for many years, so his giant god power was not consumed at all. Now he gave a try. The giant god power was mobilized. It appeared from the giant god core and spread to the fragment. As soon as it came into contact with the fragment trembled slightly. The giant god power was only slightly hindered and penetrated into the fragment little by little. It worked. He controlled the giant god power to slowly penetrate into the fragment and refine it little by little. Why couldn't his mixed origin heart force refine the fragment? But the giant god power could. Chunzong didn't quite understand. He guessed that it might have something to do with the giant universe era. After all, he could learn the giant god battle method because of the ancient god language. In this way, the giant tribe might have a little connection with the ancient god tribe. When Chunzong refined all the giant god power stored in the giant god core, the fragment suddenly trembled and made a buzzing sound. It immediately emitted a burst of brilliance and flew directly to Chunzong's body. In just an instant, the fragment submerged into Chunzong's body. It was a wonderful feeling. It was as if a gate had been opened. A torrent surged, surging endlessly. It was mighty. His own strength broke the seal and kept emerging. Chunzong couldn't help but show a touch of joy and excitement. When he entered here, his strength was greatly limited, only 1,000th. Now, after refining the fragment, this restriction was lifted, and his tyrannical cultivation began to recover. 1%, 1/10. Heyday, strong. A powerful feeling pervaded Chun Zong's body and mind. With the recovery of his cultivation strength, Chun Zong's body didn't change, but seemed to be infinitely taller. A terrible airflow turned into a gust of wind and swept everything away. Within the spacious prison cell, there seemed to be a storm raging as it rumbled. Even the tough and hard walls were trembling under this storm of aura. Within the storm, there were strands of sharp sword chi. The sword chi sliced through the walls, leaving scratches on them. Recovered, his strength was completely restored. Chun Zong couldn't help laughing. Since entering the maze god realm, his strength had been limited, and the limitation was even more obvious when he entered the god prison district. After being in this state for a long time, Chun Zong felt that he was incomparably powerful, as if he could destroy the heavens and the earth. Fortunately, this was his own strength, and the restriction was lifted. It was not a sudden surge of strength, and it was completely under his control. With a thought, the tyrannical aura began to be restrained, and in a flash it was withdrawn into his body, and he returned to his original state. However, it was different. Chun Zong was sure that he was different now. When the restriction was lifted and his strength was fully restored, his strength was 1,000 times stronger than before. What did that mean? With my strength, I should be able to fight against the primordial evil demon imprisoned by the evil-suppressing godly pillar, right? Chun Zong guessed. The primordial demon was indeed very strong, but after all, it was not its heyday, and he might be able to fight against it. Then, there might be hope for him to leave the god prison district. Thinking of this, Chun Zong couldn't help but feel a little excited. Finally, there was hope for him to leave. Then, he would go to the core area to test the strength of the primordial demon, and then make a detailed plan. As for whether he could really leave the god prison district, Chun Zong didn't know, but he had to try to know. Thinking of this, Chun Zong immediately opened the door and walked out of the cell. He maintained the fastest speed before the restriction was lifted and flew toward the core area of the god prison district. The reason why Chun Zong did this was that he didn't want others to see through him. Not long after, Chun Zong once again arrived at the core area of the god prison district. Gazing at the core area and the darkness of the 18 evil suppression god pillars, Chun Zong slightly narrowed his eyes, and a mixed Yuan heart force gathered, as if it was going to penetrate everything. Now that he had fully recovered his strength, Chun Zong could vaguely see something with his gaze. The darkness didn't seem so deep, and there seemed to be a shadow motionless in the darkness. Using his finger like a sword, he pointed at the darkness. In an instant, a ray of sword chi shot out. It was extremely fast, and it hit the darkness in an instant. Then, it sank into the darkness and went straight for the shadow. Chun Zong could clearly feel that after the sword chi broke through the darkness, it was rapidly weakened. It was constantly eroded by the power of the darkness. Finally, it hit the shadow, but it didn't cause the slightest harm. However, this wisp of sword chi also infuriated the shadow in the darkness. It instantly went berserk, and its body, which had been condensed into a ball, suddenly expanded. Pitch-black tentacles shot out and waved wildly in the darkness, filling the entire darkness. Immediately, one of the tentacles broke through the binding of the darkness in an instant, exploding with unparalleled speed toward Chun Zong. But this time, Chun Zong clearly saw the tentacle. His body didn't move, and he unsheathed his sword. The heavenly will sword seemed to turn into an aurora, shooting out from the scabbard and slashing across the sky. With one slash, the pitch-black tentacle was immediately cut open from the middle. The sword light was like a crescent moon, and after cutting the tentacle completely, it cut into the darkness, slashing toward the berserk shadow in the darkness. Chapter 32-35. The darkness fluctuated, and the sword light slashed forward like a crescent moon, aiming for the flamboyant black shadow. It immediately struck the black shadow, but after being eroded and weakened by the power of darkness, the power of the sword light was greatly reduced. Even if it struck the black shadow, it was unable to cause any damage. It only further enraged the black shadow. Whoosh, whoosh. A series of sharp and subtle whooshing sounds were constantly heard, and from the darkness, a series of black shadows broke through the air. Those were tentacles, and under the gaze of Chunzong, every tentacle became clearly visible. It was as if it was formed from countless fine strands of black hair. Every single tentacle was as thick as a person's waist, and it carried an extremely terrifying power as it bombarded towards Yishuan. The evil and chaotic aura within it was exceptionally clear and intense. With his sword in hand, Chunzong immediately blocked the attacks of more than a dozen pitch-black tentacles from all directions. Every time they clashed, a stream of evil power and chaotic will would attack, trying to infiltrate Chunzong's body and contaminate him. But for Chunzong, who had lifted the restrictions of the divine prison and recovered to his peak state, such infiltration was nothing at all. Moreover, the fragment that had been refined into his body also carried a mysterious power that allowed Chunzong to better resist the evil power and chaotic will outside of his body. More than a dozen pitch-black tentacles kept attacking. They were extremely violent. Sometimes they lashed out crazily with thunderous force. Sometimes they pierced through everything like a huge spear. Sometimes they pierced through everything like a light and swift sword. The primordial evil god's fighting skills were superb. Not only was he agile and flexible, but each of his attacks contained terrifying power. Primordial evil god was a monster that was born in the ancient god universe era. It was a monster that gathered all negative thoughts. It was weak at the beginning, but it could absorb negative thoughts to strengthen itself. It could also create the next generation of evil gods and devour them to master their battle skills and improve itself. Under the violent attacks of the tentacles, Chunzong could only keep defending himself. Only by relying on his powerful cultivation that had been restored to its peak could he withstand the attacks. Chop, chop, chop. The sword light slashed out continuously. Each sword was extremely powerful, and the tentacles were instantly chopped off and shattered. In an instant, an extremely sharp cry rang out. It was as if countless vengeful spirits were roaring as they charged out from the darkness, bringing with them layers upon layers of terrifying sound waves that swept over like waves. Chunzong activated his protective sword aura to defend himself. When he was hit by the sound waves that sounded like the roars of resentful spirits, he immediately felt waves of invisible power surging over like huge waves. They bombarded Chunzong's body like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, causing his protective sword aura to fluctuate. Fortunately, Chunzong had completely recovered his strength. Moreover, he was at least several times stronger than before he had entered the Maze God realm. Thus, he was able to withstand the terrifying roar of the sound wave. However, the sound wave was not only as ferocious as a giant hammer, it was also as sharp as a blade, directly tearing apart the protective sword aura. Chunzong felt that he was like a small boat in a stormy sea that could be destroyed at any time. Chop! The will heavenly sword slashed out and shattered the terrifying sound wave. That was all there was to the sword to break all skills. Unable to do anything to Chunzong, the dozens of pitch-black tentacles retracted back into the darkness. The primordial evil god seemed to have given up. However, Chunzong's expression became more and more vigilant and dignified. He did not know when, but the atmosphere became more and more solemn. In the next moment, the darkness violently fluctuated like boiling water. Then, the extremely dense darkness that was like an abyss began to shrink inwards. It was like a whale sucking in water, and all of it was sucked into the dark shadow. At the same time, the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars trembled together. The dense patterns on them became clearer and brighter, and the light they emitted was so shocking that it illuminated everything. The darkness had completely shrunk and was completely devoured by the black shadow. Chunzong was also able to see the existence of the black shadow even more clearly. The black shadow was located within the 18 evil, suppressing god pillars. The intense contrast between light and darkness was even more prominent. It was a ball of darkness surrounded by countless black shadows. The black shadows around its body were like pitch-black seaweeds that danced endlessly, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. At first glance, Chunzong's pupils unconsciously shrank to the size of needles. That black shadow did not look frightening. After all, Chunzong had seen many things that were even uglier and weirder than it. However, that black shadow carried an indescribable aura. It was an extremely evil aura and an incomparably chaotic aura. At first glance, one could not help but feel as if they were about to fall into a frenzy and lose their rationality. Fortunately, Chunzong's strength had completely recovered. Otherwise, his divine would not be able to withstand the invasion and collapse directly. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. Even if he had recovered his strength, Chunzong still felt like he was falling into a bottomless abyss when he stared at the dark shadow. Primitive evil god. That was primitive evil god, a terrifying existence that even the ancient god clan could not kill. In the end, even the king of the ancient god clan died because of him, but primitive evil god was only imprisoned. He could not be killed. Primitive evil god burst out all his strength and instantly broke free from the suppression of the evil suppressing god pillars. The extremely terrifying aura was like an abyss that devoured everything. Immediately, primitive evil god's appearance changed. He turned into a black giant, about 10 meters tall, looked unusually strong, and had many arm-thick black tentacles dancing crazily around his body. With a boom, primitive evil god burst out a terrifying attack. Dozens of black tentacles broke through the air in an instant. The space in the god prison district was shaking as if it was about to explode. Chunzong immediately wielded his sword and performed the single-hearted swordsmanship with all his strength to resist the attack. At the moment of contact, he immediately felt an extremely shocking power attacking him, as if it was about to shatter him. Chunzong was directly knocked back by this attack. His chi and blood were surging. The horrible evil power and chaotic will attacked him, which was several times stronger than before. However, Chunzong revealed a trace of a smile. Not even a demigod. If primitive evil god was a demigod, he would not be able to withstand this attack. Even if he did not die, he would definitely be injured. But now, he only felt his chi and blood were surging, but he was not really injured. As long as primitive evil god was not a demigod, he would have a chance to fight back. As the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars trembled, the lines on them became more and more intense. They were like 18 small suns that released amazing light and heat, as if they were going to melt everything. The extremely strong light shone on primitive evil god, making him howl horribly and miserably. It sounded like countless resentful spirits were roaring and howling. The more primitive evil god was suppressed, the more furious he became. The more furious he was, the more he attacked. Tentacles tore through the air, but they did not attack Chunzong. Instead, they struck towards the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars, as if they wanted to shatter the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars. When the tentacles struck the evil-suppressing god pillars, sizzling sounds continuously sounded out, as if they were being roasted by hot flames. Suddenly, wisps of black auras spread out and rose in spirals. The more it was like this, the more furious primitive evil god was, and the more he attacked. Immediately after, more tentacles blasted towards Chunzong. Chunzong didn't fight them head-on and used his movement technique to continuously dodge. However, the tentacles were extremely agile. They wrapped around Chunzong from all directions, as if forming a prison that trapped Chunzong and kept shrinking. Triple Mixed Essence Heart Force. Shunshao, dazzling sword light, suddenly appeared and took away all the light. The surrounding area was plunged into darkness. Only the sword light was so dazzling that it seemed to cut open the dark prison. As the sword light flashed, Chunzong immediately got out and slashed at primitive evil god. Shunxiao, ancient stars. Tai Hao, everything in the world returned to ruins. While primordial evil god was fighting against the 18 evil-suppressing divine pillars, Jian Wushuang launched one attack after another at the same time. He could not block it. In other words, he could not avoid it at all. He could only face it head-on. Every move was extremely powerful and terrifying. One sword strike after another landed on primordial evil god's body. Xinxiao's sword cut through everything and tore a hole in primitive evil god's body. The shadow of the ancient stars rotated and crushed everything in its way. It hit primitive evil god directly and made his body tremble as if it was going to split open. Tai Hao True Sun kept burning, and its true fire was extremely violent. It set primitive evil god on fire, and everything in the world returned to ruins. The destructive power of the sword was extremely strong and could destroy everything. Not enough. Not enough. Chun Zong's eyes shone with a sharp light, and his mixed essence heart force exploded again. This time, it was 5 times the power. Shunxiao, ancient stars. Tai Hao, everything in the world returned to ruins. The power of the 4 deadly moves increased tremendously when the mixed Yuan heart force multiplied by 5 times. Each of the moves seemed to be able to cut through and crush everything as they landed on primordial evil god's body. He could not block it. The primordial evil god couldn't defend himself against the more powerful attack. His body was cut into halves, burst apart, burned, and turned into nothingness. With a boom, primitive evil god's strong body exploded and turned into countless pitch-black particles. When they got close to the evil-suppressing god pillar, they were blocked by the light of the evil-suppressing god pillar. Sizzling sounds could be heard, and wisps of black smoke rose from the pillar. Chun Zong's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the pillar. His mixed essence heart force recovered quickly as he breathed. Inside the evil-suppressing god pillar, strands of black qi ran around chaotically and quickly gathered towards the center. It was as if countless strands of hair were gathering together again. They constantly wriggled and finally condensed into a ball of black, like a ball of pitch-black yarn. Chun Zong immediately felt that primitive evil god's aura had weakened. Apparently, he was injured again and his strength had decreased. Although he could not be killed, it did not mean that he could not be exhausted. Otherwise, the ancient god clan would not have been able to imprison primitive evil god here. They had severely injured and weakened primitive evil god to the extreme so that they could imprison him. If primitive evil god was in his prime, the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars would have been destroyed. Chapter 32-36. The 18 evil-suppressing godly pillars shone brightly in all directions, and the terrifying evil-suppressing godly power kept spreading out, suppressing primordial evil god in the center. Even after so many eras, the power of the evil-suppressing godly pillars was still there. Primordial evil god had been suppressed for so many years, but it was still alive. It was just that its strength had been greatly weakened, and it was unable to recover. Otherwise, Chun Zong would not be able to defeat it even if he was at his peak. Within the 18 evil-suppressing godly pillars, primordial evil god reformed, and it was emitting a terrifying evil aura. The chaotic will spread out in all directions. Primordial evil god should be intelligent, and it was suffering great pain under the suppression of the evil-suppressing godly pillars. Now, it did not continue to attack the evil-suppressing godly pillars. It was too difficult to destroy the evil-suppressing godly pillars. It was a treasure made by the ancient god clan to suppress primordial evil god. A terrifying evil intent locked on a Chun Zong, and it made Chun Zong feel like a dark cloud was pressing down on him, and it was about to swallow him whole. It was not hard to imagine how much primordial evil god hated Chun Zong. If it got the chance, Chun Zong would definitely be corrupted and become the next evil god, and then be devoured by it. 5 ultimate moves can't do anything to it. Chun Zong stared at primordial evil god and whispered to himself, Then, let's try the sword move that I have comprehended for 30 years in the Lingwu holy world. Although Chunzong already knew from the fragment that primordial evil god could not be killed, he still wanted to give it a try. He wanted to weaken its strength to the extreme, and only then could he enter the evil-suppressing godly pillars and find a way to leave the god prison district. Because until now, only the area inside the evil-suppressing god pillar had not been entered. Hope was inside. If he could not find it, then he could only be trapped here. Until one day, when he comprehended it and broke through to the demigod realm, he might be able to break through everything with his strength and leave the divine prison district. However, he did not know how many years it would take, and it was full of uncertainty. No matter what, he had to work hard to find it, fight for it, and control it in his own hands. Chunzong's expression was solemn. The light in the depths of his eyes flickered, but was completely restrained, containing traces of indescribable mysteries. During his 30 years of travel in the Lingwu holy world, Chunzong did not just walk around and take a look. Instead, he gained a lot of insights. In the end, he saw a flower in the stone blooming in the middle of the night on a nameless withered mountain. The magnificence of the flower that had been blooming for hundreds of years directly impacted Chunzong's mind. His many years of insights overlapped and rushed out like a torrent. After several years of meditation, Chunzong had fully comprehended the mystery of the stone flower. After several years of further meditation, he finally created a new sword move, which was a unique skill. That move was even more profound and tyrannical than the return of all things in the world. This was also the first time Chunzong had used this move. Traces of mysterious aura were generated from Chunzong's body and spread out. Immediately, countless auras around him flowed and were absorbed by Chunzong. If this was seen by others, they would be very shocked. Because this was the God's prison district, the core of the God's prison district, where the evil power and chaotic will were the densest. If one absorbed the power outside his body here, he would be attacked by the evil power and chaotic will contained in it, and even sink into oblivion. However, these evil and chaotic powers could not affect Chunzong. Even when they entered Chunzong's body, they were instantly turned into a mysterious power. That power seemed to be the Buddha contained infinite vitality, but also seemed to contain infinite stillness. It was a unique power that alternated between life and death. Countless powers were constantly drawn from all directions and gathered in Chunzong's body. Then, they were turned into a unique, mysterious power of the boundary between life and death, and kept accumulating. A storm swept over, surging endlessly. The place where Chunzong was seemed to have turned into a huge whirlpool, swallowing everything. The mysterious power of the boundary between life and death crossed the sky like autumn water and penetrated the sword. Then, Chunzong swung his sword. This swing looked so casual, as if there was no specific angle or trajectory. It was just a simple swing, but it silently cut open the void, leaving a shallow but very clear sword mark. He could not dodge it. As soon as the sword was swung, the sword light streaked across the sky. The trajectory seemed to be straight, but it also seemed to be twisted, making it difficult to distinguish. Primordial evil god's body was instantly hit by the sword. Primordial evil god's body was motionless, as if the sword light was just an illusion. But in the next moment, primordial evil god's body began to tremble, as if something was growing and exploding inside him. Waves of sword sounds came out from primordial evil god's body. Streams of terrifying sword light suddenly penetrated his body and shone out like sunlight breaking through the clouds. A flower. It was a blossoming sword flower, absorbing the power of primordial evil god and blooming at the same time. Screams, howls, roars. Countless sounds suddenly came out from primordial evil god's body, as if there were countless voices crying, begging for mercy, cursing, and roaring. The chaotic noise made Chunzong feel as if his head was about to explode. Chunzong, who had used up almost all of his mixed yuan heart force, hurriedly stepped back to distance himself from primordial evil god, lest primordial evil god counterattack. Staring at primordial evil god from afar, Chunzong didn't know if his sword attack could cause any damage to primordial evil god. After all, it was the first time he had used it. Countless howls came out from primordial evil god's body. Every sound was different. Some were sharp, some were thick, some were deep, and some were high-pitched. Countless sounds gathered together, as if thousands of ghosts were crying. Power! Strong power kept bursting out from primordial evil god's body, trying to destroy that blossoming sword flower. But that sword flower was very tenacious, and it kept absorbing the power of primordial evil god, trying to bloom. This sword was the sword that Chunzong had comprehended from the blooming flower in the stone. For hundreds of years, it had continuously devoured all the vitality of the withered mountain, all for the sake of blooming in a single night. It was the most magnificent and earth-shattering sword in the world. The power of this sword attack cut into primordial evil god's body and started to absorb the vitality of primordial evil god, accumulating it for bloom. How about absorbing the vitality of primordial evil god? It was like the blooming flower in the stone had absorbed the vitality of a nameless mountain and turned it into a withered mountain. That kind of absorption was one-sided, without any feedback. It was equal to devouring. Now, could this sword attack absorb all of primordial evil god's power? Even though primordial evil god was immortal, he would be weakened to the extreme. Only then would Chunzong have the confidence to enter the evil-suppressing godly pillar. In the end, the sword flower disappeared before it could fully bloom. It was destroyed by primordial evil god's power. But Chunzong also sensed that primordial evil god's power had decreased a little. In other words, that sword attack was effective, and it was even more effective than destroying everything in the world. Well then, let's try again. Chunzong thought to himself. He recovered his power first, and only used it again when he was fully recovered. Fleeting Beauty. Chunzong named this move Fleeting Youth because when this move was used, it required all of one's strength to bloom in an instant. It was a kind of momentary beauty. Fleeting Beauty lived up to its name. Once again, he used the sword attack and hit primordial evil god. That sword attack was like planting a seed in primordial evil god's body. It began to absorb primordial evil god's power to grow, take root, and finally bloom, all for a moment of beauty. Primordial evil god's power exploded again. Countless howls were heard, as if they were crying, begging for mercy, or cursing Chunzong. But no matter what they did, they could not shake Chunzong at all. This sword attack could not fully bloom in the end, but at the same time, it weakened primordial evil god a little. Being able to further weaken primordial evil god was his hope. After all, primordial evil god was now suppressed by the 18 evil suppressing godly pillars. It could not dodge his attacks, nor could it fight back. It was a good time to slowly weaken it. Let's fight it. After his mixed yuan heart force had recovered, Chunzong once again gathered his strength, absorbing the surrounding mixed yuan qi and evil energy into his body. With his own mixed yuan heart force, he transformed it into the unique power of the boundary between life and death, pouring it into the heavenly will sword as he once again used Fleeting Youth. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Chunzong went all out against primordial evil god, because Fleeting Beauty was the most promising move to weaken primordial evil god's power. Under the suppression of the evil suppressing godly pillars, it was extremely difficult for primordial evil god to recover. 6 times, 7 times, 8 times. Chunzong was very tired. Although he would wait until his cultivation strength was fully recovered before using Fleeting Beauty again, the mental exhaustion was not so easy to get rid of after using it so many times. At least, compared to cultivation strength, mental exhaustion required more time to rest. But at the same time, Chunzong had become more proficient in using Fleeting Beauty again and again. Primordial evil god was like a target that could not be avoided no matter how hard he struggled. He was constantly attacked by Chunzong's sword. Every attack would weaken primordial evil god's power, and the weaker he was, the more energy he would need to use for the next attack. After dozens of attacks, Chunzong did not want to move anymore. His cultivation had been fully recovered, and his body was full of strength, but he still felt tired mentally. In this case, Chunzong decided to take a rest first. After using fleeting beauty dozens of times, primordial evil god's power had been weakened a lot, and his aura had dropped significantly. He would continue after he had fully recovered. Seeing Chunzong turn and leave, primordial evil god's body trembled slightly, as if he was relieved. Chapter 32-37. Surprisingly, Chunzong did not cultivate in the cell, nor did he comprehend anything. He just sat there, emptying his mind and body. He did not deliberately think about anything, nor did he deliberately think about anything. He was in an extremely relaxed state, allowing his thoughts to wander. In such a relaxed state, his mental exhaustion gradually disappeared as if it was washed away by running water or blown away by a cool breeze. After that, Chunzong went to Sword Saint Unkilling, Sword Divine Monarch, Wang Yi, Yanhuan, and a few other new acquaintances whom he felt were worth befriending. He took out a lot of wine and food from his storage artifact and enjoyed them. Except for Sword Saint Wuxia and Chunzong, most of the people who stayed here had been here for dozens of years. They had already eaten all the food they had. Although it didn't matter to true divine realm experts whether they ate or not, and it wouldn't affect their life and strength, many people had the habit of eating and drinking. After all, eating and drinking was necessary when they were weak. Some people had a great appetite for food and thought it was a kind of enjoyment, but some people just tasted it and stopped. No matter which kind it was inseparable from eating and drinking. After enjoying his meal, Chunzong did not mention what he had done because he was still uncertain. There was no need to talk about it for now. Otherwise, if he could not find a way to leave, wouldn't he be giving others hope and causing them to fall into despair? It was definitely not a good feeling to have one's hope shattered and despair invaded. Then, he would wait until he defeated primordial evil god and entered the evil, suppressing god pillars. It was also a kind of relaxation to have a gathering, eat and drink, and chat casually. This was the way of cultivation. It was important to have a balance between tension and relaxation. Otherwise, it would be counterproductive if you push yourself too hard. After having a good rest, Chunzong set off again and went to the core of the god prison district alone. The 18 evil-suppressing god pillars stood in all directions, forming a circular area where darkness pervaded. But this time, Chunzong found that the darkness was obviously thinner than last time. Did this mean that the darkness was actually closely related to the strength of primordial evil god? Chunzong pulled out his sword and slashed into the darkness, provoking the primordial evil god. When the sword light cut into the darkness, it was immediately eroded by the darkness. When it finally hit original evil god, it didn't cause any damage. Original evil god didn't seem to notice, and he didn't fight back. Chop, chop, chop. Chunzong was a little surprised, but he didn't stop waving his sword. Streaks of sword light continuously cut into the darkness and landed on the body of the original evil god. Anger. Chunzong's goal was to infuriate the primordial evil god and make it explode. In this way, the primordial evil god would be attacked by the evil-suppressing godly pillar's godly power, further weakening it. However, no matter how hard Chunzong attacked, the original evil god did not fight back. It seemed that he understood Chunzong's intention. If that's the case, Chunzong's expression turned serious, and he used fleeting youth again. Although there was darkness, the power of fleeting youth was still very strong. Even if it penetrated the darkness, it wouldn't be weakened much. He swallowed all the power around him and transformed it with his own mixed Yuan heart force into a mystical power that could break the boundary between life and death. He swung his sword, and the sword light silently pierced through the darkness towards primordial evil god. It was as if he had planted a seed in primordial evil god's body, and was constantly absorbing his power. Anger. The original evil god was still angry. The darkness kept fluctuating, but he restrained himself and didn't fight back. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. After the 3rd strike, the original evil god was completely enraged. He couldn't control his fluctuations anymore. The darkness was withdrawn, as if it had been swallowed up. The original evil god's body was revealed, and his pitch-black tentacles instantly shot toward Chunzong. Each of the tentacles carried a terrible killing intent, and they wanted to destroy Chunzong. However, Chunzong was also keenly aware that compared to the last time, the power of these tentacles was obviously weaker. In other words, his strategy was indeed effective. Resist, dodge, and fight back. Chunzong and the original evil god fought fiercely. The original evil god seemed to have learned his lesson and stopped attacking the evil-suppressing Immortal Pillar. As long as he didn't attack the evil-suppressing Immortal Pillar, he wouldn't be attacked by the evil-suppressing Immortal Pillar. At most, he would be suppressed. He was used to being suppressed. Only when he tried to break the evil-suppressing Immortal Pillar would he be hurt more. Then, as long as he did not take the initiative to attack the evil-suppressing Divine Pillar, he would be fine. Last time, the reason why Chunzong continuously used his ultimate move and was unable to counterattack was also because he took the initiative to court death by attacking the evil-suppressing Divine Pillar. Difficult. This time, the original evil god was very difficult to deal with. Chunzong didn't flinch. Instead, he used the original evil god as a training target. The primordial evil god had lived for countless years, and his battle skills were even better than Chunzong's. Chunzong felt overwhelmed by the primordial evil god's battle skills. However, Chunzong was able to constantly absorb the primordial evil god's battle skills and improve his swordsmanship attainments. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to be suppressed by the original evil god like Chunzong. Only Chunzong had the help of the original evil god, and he could think and comprehend from many aspects. That was why he could improve so much in such a short time. At the end of the battle, Chunzong didn't weaken the original evil god much, but he didn't give up. If he couldn't defeat the original evil god this time, there would be a next time and a time after that. Chunzong didn't think he could defeat the original evil god in a short time. Now there was still hope. Let's take it slow. After the fierce battle, Chunzong returned to his cell to rest. At the same time, he carefully recalled the battle with the original evil god. The original evil god's fighting skills were really excellent. Sometimes they were extremely complicated, and sometimes they were extremely simple. The combination of complicated and simple was so natural and smooth. It could be said that none of the opponents Chunzong had met so far could compare with the original evil god in terms of fighting skills. The original evil god was too good. If the original evil god hadn't been suppressed by the evil-suppressing god pillar, Chunzong wouldn't have been a match for it. For example, in the battle not long ago, Chunzong was basically suppressed. It was only because the immortal body of the universe was strong enough and the heart force of the origin that he managed to hold on. Moreover, he had refined a fragment into his body to resist the invasion of the evil power and chaotic will. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. Chunzong kept replaying the battle with the original evil god in his mind, as if he was a bystander analyzing from another angle. The tentacle attacks of the original evil god seemed to be messy, but in fact, they contained a unique pattern. There was order in chaos, and chaos in order. Chunzong felt like an excellent fighting grandmaster. Every once in a while, Chunzong would find original evil god and attack him with his sword. The longer the fight went on, the harder it was to provoke original evil god. However, every time Chunzong performed the fleeting youth, if it didn't work the first time, he would try it the second time. If that didn't work, he would try it the third time. Basically, original evil god would be infuriated no more than 3 times. In fact, the original evil god was powerless. It was not stupid. Although it was an evil being born from the evil thoughts of the ancient god clan, it was also intelligent. However, the primitive evil god had always thought that it was the highest life form, even higher than the ancient god clan, because it was immortal and indestructible, truly immortal and indestructible. As long as there were living beings in the universe, it would never disappear. Even the ancient god clan had disappeared, but it still existed, even if it was suppressed here. The original evil god knew that Shenzong's purpose was to exhaust its power. When its power was exhausted, the original evil god would fall into a deep sleep, and no one knew how long it would take for it to wake up. The original evil god didn't want to sleep. As a matter of fact, primordial evil god had once been in deep sleep. It was when he was suppressed by the ancient god tribe that he slept for a period of time. When the ancient god king died and the ancient god universe era started to collapse, primordial evil god woke up. He released his evil power and chaotic will, contaminating the ancient gods guarding the god prison district and turning them into the next generation of evil gods. He then released the other evil gods that were still alive and devoured them one by one. Because it devoured the next generation of evil gods, it recovered its power little by little. At the same time, it also learned the fighting skills of the next generation of evil gods. Later, when a new era of the universe was born, the god prison district was discovered. New life forms came in, but unfortunately, they were all contaminated by the original evil god and devoured in the end. After recovering some of its power, the original evil god started to attack the evil, suppressing godly pillar, trying to break it down and escape. However, it was hurt by the godly power of the evil, suppressing godly pillar every time. The evil, suppressing godly pillar was the masterpiece of the ancient god clan. It was not easy to destroy it unless the original evil god was outside the range of the evil, suppressing godly pillar. Over and over again, primordial evil god recovered its strength, attacked the evil, suppressing godly pillar again and again, and was weakened again and again. It was not that it was stupid, but that no intelligent being wanted to be imprisoned like this. Now, Shenzong's actions were equivalent to exhausting its power, causing it to fall into a deep sleep once again. It did not want to pay attention to Shenzong, but the power of fleeting youth sword was very terrifying. It could actually exhaust its power, so it had no choice but to counterattack. It was a vicious cycle. If it didn't fight back and kept being attacked, its power would be weakened. If it fought back, its power would also be weakened. The only difference was the speed. Now, there were no more evil gods for it to devour to recover its power. Tired. The original evil god felt very tired. As the highest life form, an immortal being, it was forced to this point by a puny bug. If it wasn't for the evil suppressing godly pillar, it would have killed this puny bug. Shenzong came again. Now every time the original evil god saw Shenzong, its body would tremble. It wasn't because it was afraid, but because it was angry. The original evil god also realized that every time the puny bug came, its fighting skills would improve significantly. It was getting closer and closer to the original evil god. Obviously, the puny bug was treating the original evil god as a training target. What should it do? It couldn't kill it, and it couldn't hide from it. It was hopeless. Chapter 32-38. Puny human, do not provoke the great being. When Shenzong came to the core of the god prison district again, he pulled out the heavenly will sword and was about to use the moment of youth to kill the original evil god in the darkness. Suddenly, a voice arose in his head. It was an ancient voice containing the sound of time. It sounded like a wise old man was sighing and pondering. Shenzong was taken aback. It took him a moment to react, and he asked tentatively, "Primordial evil god?" "Yes, I am." The ancient voice arose again. "Puny human, do you desire great power?" "The great power that can sweep across all races in the universe, the immortal and eternal life. Even if the universe is destroyed and reborn, it will not affect your power." The ancient voice of the primordial evil god was filled with an extreme attraction, as if it contained an indescribable magic power. People couldn't help but be immersed in it, and have a desire from the bottom of their hearts. They yearned for that kind of power, that kind of eternal life. Even with Chunzong's firm will, he could not help but be affected. A trace of desire grew in his heart and slowly grew stronger. However, Chunzong was not completely attracted. Instead, he became calmer. "I do not desire it," Chunzong answered directly. "Since you desire." Primordial evil god suddenly paused. He wondered if he had heard it wrong. The puny human didn't seem to want it, but he didn't. "Let me confirm it again. Puny human, don't you desire the power that can sweep across the universe and be indestructible?" "I do not desire it," Chunzong answered again. He was not tempted by the original evil god. Primordial evil god fell silent for a moment. It didn't know how to answer because there had never been any weak life form that could resist its temptation and answer so decisively. It must be that his power had decreased too much, and he was suppressed by the damn, evil-suppressing godly pillar. Otherwise, it would not be like this. "Lowly humans, I'm the only god of the original universe. Even if the universe is destroyed, I will still be able to survive. I will be eternally immortal." The evil god of primordial chaos spoke again. "I can give you power, the power to dominate the universe and eternal life. Don't you want that?" "No," Chunzong answered for the third time, so emotionless. Primordial evil god fell silent again. He was about to explode. It was true that the primordial evil god was intelligent, but in fact, it wasn't that smart. It was just a normal intelligence. It relied on the evil power that could seduce people. If one could resist its evil power, they wouldn't be affected by it. Chunzong answered in a dry and emotionless tone. He was as cold as a puppet, but his mind was racing. Primordial evil god spoke? Although Chunzong had guessed that primitive evil god was intelligent, he had never thought about communicating with him. After all, primitive evil god was the embodiment of all the evil thoughts of the ancient god clan. He was an extremely evil being born from countless evil thoughts. Chunzong did not want to communicate with such an existence. Who knew what kind of horrible things such an existence could do? But now, primordial evil god took the initiative to communicate with him, as if he wanted to give him power. Could he accept the power? Of course not. Chunzong had been through a lot since he started cultivating when he was weak. He had seen a lot. That was because he never believed in free meals falling from the sky. However, any power that was obtained without effort was not truly a power that belonged to him. That kind of power often had hidden dangers. Power with hidden dangers was hard to control. Chunzong preferred power that he could control, power that was completely his. Chunzong's strong mind and will help him resist the temptation of primordial evil god. Power. A power that could rampage through the universe. An eternal and indestructible power. A power that wouldn't disappear even if the universe was destroyed. That kind of power could only be achieved by a true god. If it was only a demigod, it wouldn't be so easy. "You have been imprisoned here by the ancient god clan for many epochs," Chunzong said indifferently. Primordial evil god suddenly let out a sharp howl, as if countless angry spirits were roaring at the same time. It was full of anger and unwillingness. That was what angered it the most. The ancient god clan. It was born from the evil thoughts of the ancient god clan. It was the amalgamation of all the evil thoughts of the ancient god clan. But because of the ancient god clan, it was severely injured and imprisoned here. It cannot escape at all. The 18 evil-suppressing god pillars were the supreme masterpiece of the ancient god clan. They suppressed it so tightly that it could not escape. The god prison district existed because of the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars. To destroy the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars, the god prison district had to be destroyed as well. However, primordial evil god did not have that kind of power at the moment. Primordial evil god's purpose of luring Chunzong was very straightforward. It wanted to use Chunzong to destroy the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars so that it could escape. "Puny human, you shouldn't have enraged me." The original evil god calmed down after being infuriated. Chunzong felt that countless voices were overlapping. Some were strong, some were sharp, Some were deep, some were hoarse, and some were obscure. All of these voices merged into one, as if someone was singing a song with a unique rhythm. Chunzong couldn't help but pay attention to it. Chunzong decided to ignore primordial evil god. He drew out his sword and slashed. He wanted to exhaust all of primordial evil god's power. Even if he could not kill it, he wanted to weaken it to the extreme. Again and again, primordial evil god was enraged again. He was completely enraged. How dare this puny ant refuse my gift and treat me like this? I'm the only god, the supreme god. Unfortunately, no matter how angry primordial evil god was, it couldn't do anything to Chunzong. All it could do was weaken Chunzong's power over and over again. Fighting back was like training Chunzong. If primordial evil god didn't fight back, Chunzong's power would be drained faster. What should I do? Primordial evil god was getting more and more desperate. If the ancient god race knew about this, how would they feel? They had worked so hard to defeat primordial evil god, but now it was being pushed to such a state by a human. Of course, if the ancient god race had not done everything they could to injure and imprison primordial evil god, Chunzong would not have such a chance. But at the same time, if the ancient god race had not created the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars to imprison primordial evil god, Chunzong would not have come here. It was hard to explain the cause and effect of everything. Again and again, Chunzong stopped talking to primordial evil god. No matter what primordial evil god said, it was useless. Boom! Primordial evil god exploded into countless tiny black pieces, hitting the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars. The pillars trembled, and strands of divine light shone out from the pillars. Extreme runes shot out, and under the counterattack of the evil-suppressing immortal power, those black auras were all annihilated. Sizzling sounds continued. Under Chunzong's gaze, after primordial evil god exploded, it crazily attacked the evil-suppressing god pillars, as if it was seeking death. In the end, the last wisp of black also dispersed with a roar and howl full of unwillingness. It disappeared without a trace, like smoke blown by a strong wind. Chunzong was stunned, and he did not know how to react. Primordial evil god was killed just like that? Wasn't it said that it was immortal? Or was it that primordial evil god was not killed, but weakened to the extreme? However, Chunzong still did not step into the evil-suppressing god pillars. Who knew if this was primordial evil god's scheme? What if it was one of its tricks? Wait. Chunzong kept waiting, but primordial evil god did not appear in the evil-suppressing god pillars. It was empty, as if primordial evil god had really disappeared. After a little hesitation, Chunzong did not step into the evil-suppressing god pillars. Instead, he retreated, leaving only the empty space. After a period of time, a strand of black aura seemed to be born from the void in the evil-suppressing god pillars. It fluctuated, as if it was releasing a wave of anger. Primordial evil god. It was primordial evil god. It turned out that it did not really dissipate, but only to lure Chunzong into the evil-suppressing god pillars. Fortunately, Chunzong was cautious enough. In the next breath, a figure flashed and flew over from afar. The sword light seemed to cut across the sky as it shot out. The sword light was like a thunderclap, and also like an aurora. It was extremely fast and directly shot towards the strand of black aura that had reappeared within the evil-suppressing divine pillar. The sword hit, and the black aura was immediately split apart, then condensed again, but it seemed to have become a little fainter. The sword light flashed and turned into a long river of sword light, rushing into the evil-suppressing god pillars, constantly attacking primordial evil god and wearing down its power. Under the long river of sword light, primordial evil god's power was getting weaker and weaker. Stop! Primordial evil god roared, but Chunzong did not pay attention to it and continued to attack. When I come back, I will devour you and turn you into my power. Primordial evil god roared for the last time, and the strand of black aura condensed and fell, turning into a black crystal the size of a fingernail. Chunzong put away his sword and stared at the black crystal attentively, carefully observing it. The black crystal's aura was restrained, as if it had fallen asleep. However, Chunzong did not step in and continued to observe. After a long time of observation, he made a decision. He stepped out, walking towards the evil suppressing god pillars, and did not encounter any obstacles. He stepped into the pillars and stood at the edge, staring at the black crystal. He slashed out the sword light again, and the black crystal was sent flying away, but there was no reaction. While Chunzong was paying attention to the black crystal, he was also carefully observing it. Standing inside the 18 evil suppressing divine pillars and standing outside, the feeling of observing the evil suppressing divine pillars was different. Looking over, the patterns on the 18 evil suppressing divine pillars contained even more profound mysteries. Impressively, they were lines of ancient god language. During this period of time, Chunzong had a deeper understanding of the ancient god language, and he could not help but study it. Suddenly, the black crystal exploded, and a strand of black aura that was as thin as a hair flew out and directly went into Chunzong's glabella. Chapter 32-39. Damn it! In that instant, a wisp of black aura as thin as a hair rushed into his mind. Chunzong's expression changed, and he immediately knew that the situation was bad. Without hesitation, he focused his consciousness into his mind, condensing it into a small person. The small person's expression was cold and solemn, and his right hand grasped at the void. Immediately, light condensed into a sharp sword that gave off a cold and sharp aura. In Chunzong's mind, the wisp of black energy quickly spread out. It was like a curtain of darkness was spreading rapidly. It was going to cover everything and devour everything. Chunzong's consciousness held the sword and slashed. The sword light flashed across the sky and cut open the darkness. The darkness was cut open immediately, but it gathered again and continued to spread. Slash, slash, slash. Chunzong slashed again and again. However, he could not stop the darkness from spreading. The darkness seemed to be endless. No matter how Chunzong slashed, it did not retreat. It was getting thicker and thicker. Insignificant and lowly insect, everything you have belongs to this god. The ancient and vicissitudes of life chanted, but there was a hint of delight in the success of his scheme. That's right. The primitive evil god had used all his wisdom to deceive Chunzong. Chunzong was also caught by the primitive evil god when he saw the ancient god language on the 18 pillars of evil suppression. Now, this lowly and insignificant insect had finally fallen into his hands and would fall into eternal oblivion. Fall into eternal oblivion. Chunzong looked serious and did not reply. He held the sword in his hand and attacked fiercely. However, the darkness seemed to be unbreakable. This was the origin of the primitive evil god, the origin of the ultimate evil. The primitive evil god was enraged by Chunzong again and again. He was desperate and helpless. In the end, he could only disperse all his power and leave only the purest origin of the ultimate evil to lure Chunzong into his trap. Unexpectedly, Chunzong did not fall for the trap. Instead, he deceived the primitive evil god. The primitive evil god had used the trickery that he was most proud of in his life to deceive Chunzong. Now, it wanted to invade Chunzong's body and devour him. Darkness spread out in his sea of consciousness, swallowing everything. Chunzong only felt that his consciousness kept sinking, as if it was going to be swallowed up. In the face of danger, Chunzong remembered the fragment that was engraved with the ancient god language that he had refined into his body. A buzzing sound suddenly sounded, and wisps of faint light rose from each of the fragments of the ancient divine language, gradually connecting into one. The light was like a divine radiance, rushing into Chunzong's sea of consciousness, and suddenly blasted into the darkness that filled the sky. Anger. The primitive evil god was furious. At this time, he was blocked by the ancient god clan. Thinking that he had been severely injured and imprisoned by the ancient divine language for so many years, he was enraged. Like an ancient volcano that had been accumulating power for countless years, it suddenly erupted. The darkness kept surging, becoming more and more violent. It was even able to resist the divine radiance, forcing it to retreat. In an instant, the 18 evil suppressing god pillars in the outside world seemed to be drawn by some kind of power, and they shook together. The complicated patterns carved in the ancient god language became brighter and brighter, as if they had turned into 18 true suns that shone in all directions and were boundlessly sacred. Boom! Boom! His body trembled unconsciously. The 18 beams of divine radiance blasted into his sea of consciousness and gathered in Chun Zong's body of consciousness. His body of consciousness transformed into a Buddha. The radiance of the Buddha god shone brightly, and the sword in his hand seemed to have transformed into a divine sword. A sense of power that could sweep through the void and sweep across the universe arose spontaneously. It was as if the sword in his hand had endless power that could cut and crush everything. Slash! Chun Zong slashed out with his sword again. The holy light of the sword bombarded the darkness, as if it was capable of shattering everything. It immediately broke the darkness. The darkness gathered again. The furious howl of the primitive evil god resounded again. It was a kind of extreme anger that came from his plan being ruined. Why? Why did the ancient god clan come out to stop him at this critical moment? This power was the power of the evil suppressing god pillar, the power that the ancient god clan had left behind to deal with him and imprison him. Why was this power being drawn by the puny human race? It was incomprehensible. The primitive evil god couldn't understand. The human race and the ancient god clan were two completely different species. The primitive evil god clearly knew how powerful the ancient god clan was. The ancient god clan was the original life form of the universe, the powerful life form that created the ancient god era. As the collection of the evil thoughts of the ancient god clan, the primitive evil god clearly knew how powerful the ancient god clan was. Ancient god, that kind of ancient and powerful life form, was many times more powerful than the human race. The new era that came after the end of the ancient god era was a new race that was inextricably linked to the ancient god era. Of course, the intelligent life form in the universe knew this after the primitive evil god had swallowed the ancient god universe. The human race was many eras away from the ancient god universe, so they couldn't be compared to the ancient god clan. How could the ancient god clan help the human race? The primitive evil god couldn't understand, but it was the truth. The evil-suppressing god pillar was created to deal with the primitive evil god. It was extremely powerful and had a significant suppressive effect on the primitive evil god. Perhaps it couldn't kill him, but it could weaken him constantly. This power was indescribably strong and ancient, as if it had come from the ancient time. It supported Chun Zong and made him look like an invincible war god. He slashed the dark sky curtain into pieces, and the primitive evil god collapsed inch by inch. Run! The primitive evil god made a prompt decision and wanted to leave Chun Zong's knowledge sea. His plan had failed. Although he didn't know why, he didn't want to stay. He wanted to escape first. As for the rest, he could think of other plans after he got out of this puny human's knowledge sea. However, as if sensing the intentions of the primordial fiend god, the holy light that enveloped Chun Zong's consciousness suddenly erupted and shot out. It instantly surrounded the primordial fiend god and split into 18 rays of light, like pillars descending from the heavens. They were the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars. Evil-suppressing god pillars. The primitive evil god howled, unable to understand. Chun Zong's body of consciousness was also stunned. Why? Why would the evil-suppressing god pillars appear in his knowledge sea? In an instant, Chun Zong figured it out. It must have something to do with the fragment he had refined into his body. That fragment was left behind by the ancient god tribe. As for why the ancient god tribe would leave behind that fragment, Chunzong didn't know. All he knew was that the fragment was engraved with the ancient god tribe's language. It was very mysterious, and he didn't know what the fragment was made of. It wasn't stone, jade, or metal. It was very strange and tough. Chunzong had tried it before, but even with the sharpness of the heavenly sword, he couldn't leave a mark on it. The 18 evil-suppressing divine pillars, evil-suppressing divine power, was triggered by that mysterious fragment. Now, primordial fiend god had given up all his power, leaving only the abominable origin to invade Chunzong's sea of consciousness in an attempt to control Chunzong. This was undoubtedly a self-destructive move. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, primordial fiend god wouldn't have done this. The supreme life form of the original universe, an immortal and indestructible existence that had transcended the destruction and rebirth of many universe epochs, was actually forced to give up his power by a lowly and insignificant insect. This was simply a humiliation, a great humiliation. However, Chunzong's fleeting youth could threaten primordial evil god. It was such a coincidence that led to this scene. Now, primitive evil god had given up all his power, leaving only the origin of extreme evil to enter Chunzong's knowledge, in an attempt to break free from the suppression of the evil-suppressing god pillars and control Chunzong's body. Unexpectedly, Chunzong resisted, leading to a series of unforeseen events. Once again, primitive evil god was suppressed by the evil-suppressing god pillars. The location of suppression was changed from the outside world to Chunzong's knowledge sea. But no matter the location, primitive evil god was suppressed once again. It would have been fine if he didn't have intelligence, but he did. He even regarded himself as the highest god, the supreme god. The supreme god was forced into a corner by a lowly insect. It was ridiculous and shameful to the extreme. Chunzong sensed that primitive evil god's origin of extreme evil was suppressed in his knowledge sea. He breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he felt helpless because this was his knowledge sea. What should he do? He tried and found that he couldn't shake the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars at all. It was as if they had taken root in his knowledge sea. What should he do? There was nothing he could do. Chunzong was speechless. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. The primordial evil god was not easy to deal with. Even though he was suppressed by the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars, he still existed in the sea of consciousness. No one knew when he would break out. This was a hidden danger, a great hidden danger. "Puny human, let me out," primitive evil god said angrily. He thought that Chunzong could control the evil-suppressing god pillars, but unfortunately, Chunzong couldn't. Chunzong suddenly thought of something. Previously, he had activated the fragment to draw the power of the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars. Then, could he use the fragment to draw the power of the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars in his knowledge sea? Thinking of this, Chunzong immediately tried to touch the fragment that had been refined into his body. The fragment trembled and emitted a buzzing sound, but it didn't allow Chunzong to control the 18 pillars. Instead, rays of light constantly blossomed from the fragment. Every ancient god language seemed to be burning. The rays of light became more and more dazzling and resplendent like sacred flames. Gradually, a shadow gradually emerged from the resplendent sacred flames. As soon as the shadow appeared, it gave off an incomparably ancient aura. It was an ancient aura that had penetrated countless space-time. It was a mysterious aura, like the aura of the beginning of all things. I, king of ancient gods. Chapter 3240. The ancient sigh seemed to come from a distant time and space. It penetrated through time and space and fell into Chunzong's ears, but it also seemed to fall into Chunzong's mind. It was so clear and so profound. The ancient god king. Chunzong was shocked. What kind of existence was the ancient god king? He was the king of the ancient god clan, just like the king of the giant clan, a dominator. But Shenzong felt that the ancient God King might be even stronger than the giant dominator. But didn't the fragment say that the ancient God King had died in order to severely injure and suppress primordial evil God? Shenzong thought of something. Even if some experts had died, they could still leave behind a power doppelganger, a remnant soul, or a doppelganger of consciousness. At worst, they could leave behind a doppelganger, or a doppelganger of consciousness. The ancient God King had indeed died, but he had also left behind something like a doppelganger, a fragment of consciousness, or a doppelganger. Creature of the future, you were able to activate my godly bone and the power of the evil-suppressing God Pillar. You are fated to be with my clan. The ancient God King's ancient voice sounded, and his figure became more and more solid. Even though the figure floating in the holy light didn't seem very big, perhaps not even as big as Shenzong's palm, there was an incomparably majestic aura emanating from it. The figure seemed to connect heaven and earth, traversing the void of the universe. Even the giant ruler that Shenzong had seen before couldn't compare to it. Primordial evil God was formed by the evil thoughts of my clan. He is immortal. As long as there is life in the universe, as long as there is evil thoughts, primordial evil God will never die. My clan did everything we could to severely injure primordial evil God. We used the power of our entire clan to create the supreme treasure, the evil-suppressing God Pillar, to suppress primordial evil God and slowly wear down his power. The ancient God King continued. Even so, primordial evil God cannot be destroyed. We can only exhaust his power and put him to sleep. Creatures of the future, if primordial evil God does not die, he will be a hidden danger to all life. Since you are able to fuse with my godly bone and absorb the power of the evil-suppressing godly pillar, you are destined to be one of us. The hope of destroying primordial evil God lies in you. Shenzong felt helpless after hearing the ancient God King's words. The primordial evil God was too difficult to deal with. Although he was not very intelligent, he was not stupid either. Otherwise, he would not have deceived Shenzong. Now, even if primordial evil God was suppressed in his sea of consciousness, there was nothing he could do. If that was the case, how could they destroy primordial evil God? Shenzong couldn't think of any solution. Primitive evil God was formed by the evil thoughts of the ancient God clan. As long as there was life in the world, as long as there was evil thoughts in the world, primitive evil God would always exist, unless the evil thoughts of all living beings in the world were eliminated. But that was impossible. Life without intelligence was fine. There was no distinction between good and evil. Life with intelligence had good and evil thoughts, and it was precisely because of good and evil thoughts that it was a complete life. Otherwise, there would be no more intelligent life in this world, and the primordial evil God would lose its source and die. Destroy the world. It was the destruction of the world, slaughtering all intelligent life forms, and even killing oneself in the end. Would Shenzong do that? Obviously not. Besides, even if he wanted to, he didn't have the power to do so. But Shenzong didn't ask anything. Shenzong had already sensed that the ancient God King in front of him was not the real ancient God King. It was just a trick, and he couldn't communicate with it. This is just an image that I left behind. That's all I can tell you. The ancient God King said, I will teach you the most powerful secret of my clan. I hope you can master it. As soon as he finished speaking, the image of the ancient God King suddenly burst into a dazzling light, as if it was burning. It blasted toward Shenzong's sea of consciousness. In an instant, it entered Shenzong's sea of consciousness. Burn! Shenzong's sea of consciousness seemed to be burning with a holy flame, but he didn't feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, under the burning of the holy flame, Shenzong could feel that his sea of consciousness was being refined, as if it was becoming more transparent and strong. At the same time, messages were constantly being transmitted to Shenzong's sea of consciousness, and Shenzong received them. The messages were all in the ancient God language. If Chunzong hadn't learned the ancient god language, it would have been difficult for him to understand them. Fortunately, Chunzong's mastery of the ancient god language was not bad, so he could clearly understand the content and meaning of the messages. It was an inheritance, a secret technique to refine the bone of the ancient god king. With this secret technique, one could refine the bone piece left behind by the ancient god king and completely integrate it into one's body. This would cause one's body to transform and become stronger, and thus evolve the ancient god armor. The ancient god armor was the exclusive armor of the ancient god clan. It had tyrannical power and could obviously enhance one's strength. In addition to the secret inheritance of refining the bone piece of the ancient god king, there was also a secret technique to controlling the evil, suppressing god pillar. If one cultivated this secret technique, one could control the power of the evil, suppressing god pillar. The rest of the information was about the ancient god clan, which allowed Chunzong to gain a better understanding of the ancient god clan. When the burning holy flame on Chunzong's sea of consciousness gradually converged, it also meant that Chunzong had finished receiving the inheritance left by the image of the ancient god king. His sea of consciousness had transformed, and it was a qualitative change. It was like a qualitative change from muddy water to clear water, and it became more transparent. When Chunzong's thoughts moved, the speed of his thoughts was twice as fast as before. What did it mean to be twice as fast? Originally, Chunzong's speed of thinking was very fast, faster than many experts at the same level. Now it was twice as fast. This improvement was simply amazing. Doubling the speed of thinking meant that Chunzong's speed of thinking and comprehension would be faster, and his reaction would also be faster in battle. However, the premise was that his body could keep up with his mind. In any case, the strengthening of his sea of consciousness and the doubling of his speed of thinking had brought Chunzong a lot of benefits. In addition, there were two more inheritances. One was the secret inheritance of refining the bone piece of the ancient god king, and the other was the secret inheritance of controlling the power of the evil, suppressing god pillar. No matter which one it was amazing. As long as Chunzong could master it, he would gain great benefits. The power of the evil, suppressing god pillar might be used to deal with the primitive evil god. As for other things, he couldn't think of them yet. However, refining the bone piece of the ancient god king could strengthen his body further, and he could also refine the ancient god armor. With the ancient god armor, his strength would be greatly enhanced. The last point was the god's prison district. Chunzong already knew how to leave the god's prison district. As long as he could master the secret inheritance, he could control the evil, suppressing god pillar. Chunzong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he found a way to leave the god's prison district. He didn't know what was going on outside. His consciousness paused, and he immediately withdrew from the sea of consciousness and returned to his body. Chunzong immediately felt a strange feeling. It seemed that everything around him had slowed down, and the flow of the aura seemed to have become a little sluggish. Chunzong knew that this was because his sea of consciousness had been strengthened, and his thinking had been doubled. He hadn't fully adapted to it yet, so this situation had occurred. Once he adapted to it, it wouldn't happen again. About a moment later, the sluggish and obscure feeling around him finally disappeared, and everything returned to its original smoothness. It seemed that there was no difference from before, but Chunzong knew that it was different. His sea of consciousness had been strengthened, and his thinking had been doubled. It was different from before. Although his cultivation hadn't changed, and although his swordsmanship hadn't improved, his strength had become a little stronger. Because of his stronger sea of consciousness and faster thinking, Chunzong could better display his cultivation strength and swordsmanship, and it was more vivid. This kind of feeling was truly wonderful. Standing in the middle of the 18 evil suppressing god pillars, Chunzong gazed at them. He glanced at the ancient god language on the 18 evil suppressing god pillars one by one, and he could understand the meaning more directly. The ancient god language formed the divine text of the evil suppressing god pillars, which had the power to suppress evil and subdue demons. However, Chunzong still couldn't activate the power of the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars because he hadn't mastered the secret inheritance. It would take time to master the secret inheritance. Thinking of this, Chunzong left and returned. Then, Chunzong gathered everyone. Sword Saint Wu Sha, Wang, Yi, Yin Huan, Swords God, and some other experts. There were nearly 10 people in total. Everyone, I found a way to leave the divine prison district, Chunzong said directly. In an instant, everyone's expression changed greatly. At first, they couldn't believe it. Then they became very excited. Really? Brother Chun, don't joke like that. Everyone, I'm not joking. After a period of research, I've indeed found a way to leave the divine prison district, Chunzong said with a serious face. But if you want to leave, you'll have to wait for a while. As for how long, I'm not sure at the moment. Can we really leave? As long as we can leave, even if we have to wait for dozens or hundreds of years, it's okay. Chunzong didn't open his mouth to let them talk. He waited until they all quieted down. Everyone, you can go and inform the others. If they're willing to leave, I can take them out of the divine prison district. Chunzong continued. But there's a condition. Everyone nodded. It was normal to have conditions. It would be strange if there were no conditions. However, as long as they could leave here, they believed that as long as the conditions weren't too harsh, they should be able to accept it. As for what the conditions were, they could only wait until everyone was gathered. Soon, everyone spread the news. It spread like a storm throughout the divine prison district. When other people in the divine prison district heard about it, they all rushed to Chunzong in shock and excitement. There were dozens of people in total, and none of them were weak. After all, the true saints who had entered this place back then were not ordinary true saints. After many years of cultivation, even if their cultivation had not improved, their cultivation realm and martial arts attainments had obviously improved. If they left this place and returned to the chaotic universe, they would be able to recover and improve their cultivation. Chapter 32:41. Dozens of people were gathered in the spacious prison cell. They were all the people in the divine prison district. There used to be hundreds of them, but they were either dead or contaminated by the primordial evil god and devoured by the primordial evil god. The eyes of the dozens of people flickered incessantly as they all looked in the same direction, focusing on Chunzong. Their expressions were extremely excited. Leave? Could they finally leave this place? When they had first entered this place, they had been trying to find a way to leave. They had been searching for a way to leave this place, but they had been unable to find a way to leave this place. They had gradually lost hope and buried their unwillingness deep in their hearts. Now, was there finally hope? Could they finally leave? Everyone's emotions were very complicated. They were worried that there was hope, but they were inevitably disappointed. The huge gap was enough to make them collapse. After a while, I am confident that I can leave the divine prison district, Chunzong said unhurriedly. His expression was cold and solemn. Similarly, I can also take you out of the divine prison district. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and the light in their eyes became more intense. What are your conditions? Tell us. Yes, as long as we can leave this place, I will accept any conditions. They immediately expressed their attitude. They were clearly excited and full of expectations. I am the sect master of Taihao Mountain. I hope that everyone can swear on their own great paths that if you leave the divine prison district and return to the chaotic universe, you will not use any means against Taihao Mountain. Those who violate this oath will have their great paths dissipated and fall into oblivion forever, Chunzong said solemnly. Of course, if you're interested, you can also join Taihao Mountain and become an elder of Taihao Mountain, Chunzong said with a smile this time. In fact, Chunzong also hoped that someone would be willing to join Taihao Mountain. Taihao Mountain was weak now. The most powerful person was himself, followed by Yunyinshin and Sword Saint Wuxia. There were only 3 true saints in the entire Taihao Mountain. Compared to the Taihao Mountain of the past, It was many times more powerful, but it was nothing compared to the powerful forces in the chaotic universe. There were many true saints in the Xian Flame Divine Palace. If the dozens of cultivators here joined the Taihao Mountain, then the Taihao Mountain would have dozens of true Saint Realm experts all of a sudden. Moreover, they would not be ordinary true saints. It would be easy for them to reach the peak true Saint Realm. Then, the overall strength of the Taihao Mountain would increase to an astonishing level. But Chunzong didn't know either. That was impossible. As a condition for leaving, Chunzong did not even force them to join Taihao Mountain. That was because Chunzong knew very well that while it was possible to force them, there was no need to do so. If they were not willing to join, problems would arise sooner or later. Only those who joined willingly would benefit the Taihao Mountain. In that case, they would make an oath that they would not use any means against the Taihao Mountain. In addition, among these dozens of people, a small half of them were from the foreign races. Chunzong didn't have any opinions about the foreign races, but the foreign races usually wouldn't join the forces of other races. Moreover, most of these people were from some forces. If they could leave, of course, they would return to their own forces. Hearing Chunzong's words, the dozens of people were stunned. They originally thought that the conditions would be very harsh, but they did not expect that it would not be. This person did not take the opportunity to extort them. Immediately, one by one, they made the oath. When they made the oath, there seemed to be a faint fluctuation in the void that was transmitted with an indescribable majesty. It was the majesty of the Great Path. Next, they waited for Chunzong's notice. Most of them left. "Brother Chun, I wonder if I can join the Taihao Mountain as an elder?" Wang Yi asked. He was a lone cultivator and relatively had no ties. "You're most welcome." Chunzong immediately smiled. Although Wang Yi was not a sword cultivator, his strength was much stronger than Sword Saint Wusha's. It would be good for the Taihao Mountain if he could join. The Taihao Mountain was a sword cultivator force, but it did not mean that they could only recruit sword cultivators. However, Wang Yi said that he wanted to be an elder of the Taihao Mountain, not a consecrator. The meaning was different. The relationship between consecrators was relatively normal. They were not so close and could leave at any time. However, an elder was different. Once an elder became an elder, it was equivalent to being one of their own. They were trustworthy people who had to contribute to the growth of the force. In addition, Chunzong actually hoped that Swords God could join the Taihao Mountain as an elder. Unfortunately, Swords God did not reveal this intention. Otherwise, with Swords God's strength, once he joined the Taihao Mountain, the top combat strength of the Taihao Mountain would increase significantly. It cannot be forced. Everything was up to fate. Time passed slowly. Chunzong did not go to the core of the Divine Prison District because there was no need for him to go there for the time being. Every day, apart from comprehending swordsmanship, Chunzong comprehended the ancient god armor refining technique and the secret to controlling the 18 evil-suppressing divine pillars. Whether it was the ancient god armor refining technique or the divine obstruction secret technique, they were both constructed from the language of the ancient gods. They were not extremely profound, so even with Chunzong's great powers of comprehension and the assistance of a chaotic prime, he was unable to comprehend them in a short amount of time. If it were someone else, it would be unknown whether they could comprehend them or not. Finally, Chunzong fully comprehended the ancient god armor refining art and the divine protection secret art. A feeling of clarity arose spontaneously. Next, it was time to start cultivating the ancient god armor refining art and the divine protection secret art. The ancient god armor refining technique determined the ancient god armor. The ancient god armor was the basic equipment of the ancient god clan. Every ancient god would condense a set of armor from their bones when they reached adulthood. The armor was closely related to them and could be improved as they continued to condense it. Chunzong was not from the ancient god clan and did not have the bloodline of the ancient god clan. Normally, he would not be able to cultivate the ancient god armor refining technique. However, with the bone piece left behind by the ancient god king as a primer, he could completely fuse the bone piece into his body and condense the ancient god armor. The divine secret was very straightforward. It was to control the power of the 18 evil, suppressing divine pillars. Cultivating the ancient god armor refining technique and the divine secret together was not difficult for Chunzong. Chunzong could also comprehend swordsmanship at the same time without any hindrance. After a period of time, people would come to ask Chunzong when he could leave. Chunzong would reply that it would be a while later. Sometimes, if they were not concerned about Chunzong's strength, they might have attacked him directly. Chunzong devoted himself to cultivation. The bone piece was gradually fused by Chunzong. It slowly melted and then fused into Chunzong's bones. It was as if a layer of film was plated on his bones. As he continued to cultivate the ancient god armor refining technique, and the bone piece was continuously refined, the plated bone film became more uniform and tough. At the same time, the cultivation of the divine secret was gradually becoming more effective. One day, Chunzong finally succeeded in completely refining the bone piece. It turned into a layer of silver-gray film that plated on the surface of his bones. It gave off an extremely tough feeling. Cultivate. He began to truly cultivate the ancient god armor refining technique. However, Chunzong discovered that it was extremely difficult as soon as he started cultivating. The giant god power in the giant god core seemed to be attracted and fluctuated. Could it be that he had to use the giant god power to assist his cultivation? Chunzong tried it and found that it was indeed feasible to use the giant god power to cultivate. The speed was obviously several times faster. In that case, he would use the giant god power to cultivate. While cultivating, Chunzong could not help but think. All the signs pointed to one thing. The giant tribe and the ancient god tribe seemed to have some connection. Or it could be speculated that after the end of the universe era, the ancient god tribe did not completely disappear. There were always some traces left behind that were integrated into the giant universe and the giant tribe. Or it could be said that it was the remnants of the ancient god tribe that created the giant tribe. In any case, it was certain that the giant tribe and the ancient god tribe were related. They could even be called a kind of descendant. Then, Chunzong could not help but wonder if there were other living races besides the giant tribe that had inherited the power of the ancient god tribe. Maybe after he left here, he could investigate further. Ancient god, armor. With a thought, Chunzong immediately felt that his bones were trembling. The layer of silver gray plated on his bones flowed like mercury. It was as if it had life and intelligence. It quickly spread outside Chunzong's body. In just a short time, a layer of silver gray quickly spread to the surface of Chunzong's body. As it constantly wriggled, it quickly solidified and turned into a close-fitting armor. The armor was silver gray and looked very light. It covered Chunzong's entire body, including his head. This silver gray armor was the ancient god armor. Its style was quite simple, but it was not shabby at all. Instead, it had a simple and concise beauty. The lines were smooth, and there was a sense of vigor. It was an armor that was very suitable for swordsmen. The silver-gray, ancient god sword armor covered his entire body. Chunzong felt it carefully, compared it with his own body, and tried it out. Strength is increased by 3 times, speed is increased by 3 times, and the defensive power of the sword armor is 3 times that of my body. The price is that the core of the giant god is gone. In order to master the ancient god armor refining technique, Chunzong had sacrificed the core of the giant god as the price, which meant that he could no longer use the giant god battle method. After the giant god battle method was used, his strength was increased by 10 times, his defense was increased by 10 times, and his speed was unchanged by 10 times. On the other hand, the ancient god armor increased his strength by 3 times, his speed by 3 times, and his defense by 3 times. Which was stronger and which was weaker? It seemed that the giant god battle method was stronger, but in fact, Chunzong preferred the ancient god sword armor because it was more suitable for him. For a swordsman, speed was an indispensable part. Under the situation where his strength, speed, and defense were increased by 3 times, it was better for Chunzong to increase his combat strength than the giant god battle method. Moreover, after equipping himself with the ancient god sword armor, it would not greatly consume his strength. It would consume less than using the giant god battle method, and it could be maintained for a longer time. There was another important point. The current ancient god sword armor was only the lowest level of ancient god armor. Chunzong's inheritance mentioned that the ancient god armor was actually divided into 3 levels. From low to high, they were soldier armor, general armor, and king armor. If the soldier armor had such an increase, then what about the general armor? What about the higher level king armor? You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.